Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining with us. We are starting in about 5 minutes. Requesting everybody to kindly settle down on your seats. Requesting everybody at the expo to join us for the summit, the Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards, co-hosted with India Pharma Expo 2026. We will be starting our program in about 5 minutes. I request everybody to kindly take your places, settle down so that we can start with the program. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I request everybody to kindly settle down. We are starting with the Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards here today at this glorious city of Hyderabad. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to India Pharma Expo 2026, co-located with the Nextgen Pharma Expo and Awards. We are here at the prestigious High-Techs Exhibition Center. I hope you all are enjoying the program so far. All the exhibitors that we have outside are enthusiastically waiting for all to showcase their latest innovations and products in healthcare, pharma, and life sciences. On behalf of Elets Technomedia and eHealth magazine, I, Dr. Sabri Sawant, editor for eHealth, extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you joining here today to celebrate innovation, collaboration, and the future of the pharmaceutical and life sciences ecosystem. Can we have the event video, please? Heartiest good morning, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, industry leaders, innovators, and partners. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards, co-hosted here at India Pharma Expo 2026 at High-Techs Exhibition Center, Hyderabad. On behalf of Elets Technomedia and eHealth magazine, I welcome you all to this prestigious celebration of innovation, collaboration, and the future of pharma and life sciences ecosystem. Over the next 3 days, this platform will bring together visionary leaders, policymakers, scientists, entrepreneurs, and technology providers to explore critical themes that are shaping the future of pharma and life sciences ecosystem, ranging from biologics and biosimilars to AI in drug delivery and discovery, and clinical research innovation to manufacturing excellence, global supply chain resilience, and much more. This Expo Summit and Awards is not just an event, it is a confluence of ideas, innovation, and impact. Each session today is carefully curated to address key challenges and opportunities in the pharmaceutical landscape. Now, I would like to take this moment to bid a heartfelt thank you to our incredible partners that have supported us in this journey. Our silver partner, Tatwala, bronze sponsor, Wizen Life Sciences, our knowledge partner, Rapid Ion, outreach partner, FTCCI, supporting partners, Aspure, Bharat Rubber Works, SFC Cold Chain Logistics Private Limited, Bri Air, Herber, Bajaj Formulations, Captivist, Jagdamba Enterprise, IHM, and BDMAI. Thank you so much. Each of you is not just a collaborator, you're the co-creator for India's pharma innovation story. Now, let me share a little about Elets Technomedia. Elets is Asia and Middle East premier media technology research and knowledge consulting forum. Since its inception in 2003, Elets has been championing the cause of governance by building knowledge sharing platforms and highlighting the importance of innovations in various domains, including governance, health, education, urban, industrial, and BFSI sectors through conferences, summits, exhibitions, expos, print publications, contract publishing, and knowledge portals. Can we have the Elets video, please? Thank you so much. Now, honoring our traditions and marking the official start of this collaborative gathering, let us start with the lamp lighting ceremony, for which I'd like to call upon stage our key dignitaries, starting from Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine. So can we please have you up on stage for the lamp lighting? I'd also like to call upon stage Mr. H.E. Garrett Wen Owen, who is the British Deputy High Commissioner. Sir, can we please have you up on stage? Also, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, who is the Secretary General for India Pharmaceutical Alliance. Sir, can we please have you? Mr. K. Maheshwari, Senior Vice President of the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry. So please join us up on stage. Mr. Chakravarti AVPS, who's the founder of Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Global Ambassador for World Packaging Association. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Pascal Leroux, who's the Deputy Counsel for Head of Bureau de France. So can we please have you up on stage? I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Anubhav Dwivedi, who's the vertical head for healthcare, if he is here with us. Can we have the music, please?
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा ॐ गणपतये नमः ॐ गणपतये नमः ॐ गणपतये नमः ॐ गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धिविनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धिविनायक नमो नमः.
Thank you so much. With those memories captured, I requested the following dignitaries to please stay with us up on stage for the inaugural discussion. For the keynotes, Dr. Ravi Gupta, I request you to please stay with us. Mr. H.E. Garrett Wen Owen, sir, can you please stay with us on the stage? Mr. Sudarshan Jain, please stay with us. Mr. K.K. Maheshwari, sir, requesting you to please stay with us on stage. Mr. Chakravarti, AVPS, sir, please stay with us on stage for the inaugural session. We will be hearing Mr. Garrett Owen. Sir, can we please have you up on stage here? With that, I would like to call Dr. Ravi Gupta. Can we have the memorable images, please?
Welcome you all. Namaskar. Happy to have you all at this prestigious event, Nextgen Pharma Conference and Awards and the India Pharma Expo 2026. It is an important occasion in the history of Elets. We are organizing our first Pharma Expo here in Hyderabad at Hightex. And we are really honored to have important dignitaries on the dais. We have the British Deputy High Commissioner here, Gareth Ji. Thanks for joining us. We have with us Sudarshan Jain Ji, who is the Secretary General of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Welcome, sir. And Mr. K.K. Maheshwari, who is the Senior VP of the Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome. We have our Doino of this industry, Chakravarti AVPS, who is the Chairman of Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs, FOPE, who is here with us. And we have Mr. Pascal, who is a Deputy Consul for Bureau of Transit Hyderabad. Thanks for joining. It's and we are joined here in this event by around 300 brands who are here from the pharma and the related sectors of the supply chain sector, and uh, it's a over the next 3 days we have around 100 speakers from the various dimensions of the pharma industry who will be speaking at this event, and it's a really a important and an momentum occasion where so many exhibitors, so many important thought leaders, experts are joining here. And tomorrow we will have the gracious presence of our Minister of IT and Industry and the Minister of Health who will be joining us because today is a cabinet day, so they are all like busy there. So I welcome you all again here, and thanks for joining this important occasion. And I am thankful for all the support given by the industry and the various associations in the pharma sector for making this event possible. So thank you all, and Asabri, come on the stage, please. Thank you.
Can we have the arrangement for one more chair, please? And let us move forward with our further discussions, in which I'd like to call upon stage for a keynote address by the British Deputy High Commissioner, H.E. Garrett Ben Owen. A huge round of applause. Can we please have him on the podium?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for Elets for inviting me to this groundbreaking event, the first of its kind in Hyderabad, but hopefully not the last from Elets. I like coming to these events, especially right now, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the UK-India Free Trade Agreement, which was signed last year and hopefully will enter into force in the next couple of months. It is a fantastic, groundbreaking landmark agreement for the UK and India. But for the pharmaceutical sector, it's an agreement that focuses on growth and focuses on resilience. It brings together two of the global powerhouses when it comes to healthcare delivery and life sciences. India, the global leader when it comes to affordable medicines. The UK, a global leader when it comes to innovation and regulation. This means this FTA is important not only for patients, not only for the industry, but also for innovation. And for the pharmaceutical sector, there are 4 key areas I'd like to highlight where the UK-India FTA will benefit. First, what we all like: lower prices, bigger margins, more growth volumes. This is critical for India, especially for the generic manufacturing companies that operate on very tiny margins. But it also means that for India's healthcare sector, patients and hospitals and healthcare groups will have greater access to world-leading medicines and healthcare products from the UK. This will benefit everyone, both in India and in the UK. Second issue, greater collaboration between our regulators. I've spent 3.5 years here in Hyderabad, and I've heard a lot from the pharmaceutical sector, from the life sciences sector, how they want greater links with MHRA and CDSCO. This FTA will strengthen those links. This means there will be reduced duplication. It will improve transparency, and it will shorten time to market, which all businesses appreciate. And this will result in faster access for patients and better commercial wins for businesses. A third major boost from the FTA is around the manufacturing partnerships. Whether it's APIs, formulations, contract manufacturing, UK companies will gain access to scale, cost efficiencies, and India's clinical expertise. Whilst for Indian companies, there'll be an opportunity to expand their high-value services and also strengthen their links into the global supply chain. And the final point which I want to highlight, and this is the one that really excites me, is about innovation and investment. This FTA will help improve protection, transparency over issues around intellectual property rights, regulation, and market access. It will provide the stability that UK companies and Indian companies want to invest in joint research, joint R&D, and joint technology partnerships. We know that there are a lot of companies here in India who want to diversify what they do. Providing affordable medicines is a fantastic thing that Indian companies provide. But as we all know in this room, and probably some of you in this room, you're looking to diversify. You want to do more R&D. You want to do more innovation. This FTA provides the opportunity for UK and Indian companies to come together and innovate together, not only for patients in the UK, not only for patients in India, but for patients around the world. And this is a brilliant outcome from this free trade agreement. In conclusion, the UK-India Free Trade Agreement, which, as I said earlier, hopefully will enter into force sometime soon, is good for all of us. It will lower costs, and we all like lower costs. It will improve market access. We all like faster, more efficient market access. The UK-India Free Trade Agreement will do that. It will create stronger supply chains, more reliability, the ability to work through shocks. Because at the moment, we're seeing a lot of shocks in the world, and therefore it provides a lot more stability. And as I said, it will provide greater innovation opportunities for fantastic UK companies, brilliant Indian companies to come together to provide the next generation of medicines and drugs, and vaccines and healthcare products for the global population. But it's not only just about companies, it's also about our patients. It's also about people. We will all have access, through this FTA, we will all have access to better medicines, but also more reliable supply chain from those medicines. So in conclusion, this FTA, the UK-India Free Trade Agreement, is not just a trade policy. It is a smart healthcare policy. And I encourage you all that when it is implemented sometime soon, that you look at those opportunities within the Free Trade Agreement. Because the UK government is excited about the Free Trade Agreement. The Indian government is excited about the Free Trade Agreement. And as businesses operating in the pharmaceutical sector, you should also be excited because it does bring together two of the global powerhouses when it comes to the delivery of healthcare and life sciences and research and medicines. Thank you again, and have a fantastic 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much to His Excellency, Mr. Garrett Van Owen, British Deputy High Commissioner. Thank you so much for the insightful thoughts and plans. We now move on to our next keynote speaker, who is Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, IPA, where he leads efforts to improve healthcare access and foster innovation in the Indian pharma sector. An industry veteran, he previously served as top executive at Abbott Healthcare and was first Indian to receive their Global Chairman's Award. He is also the chair for International Generic and Biosimilar Association, IGBA, and holds board positions at several institutions, including Abbott India and PharmEasy. Sir is also an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and IIM Hyderabad. We are delighted to hear his thoughts. A huge round of applause.
Good morning to all of you. Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technologies. His Excellency Garrett Van Owen, Dr. Jiten Sharma, he's not here, but we have got Dr. K.K. Maheshwari, Dr. AVPS Chakravarti, very dear friend and a great ambassador of pharma industry. Pascal, again, Consul for Fresh Embassy, and all my dear friends here who are the stakeholders in the pharma industry. At the very outset, let me congratulate Dr. Ravi Gupta and his team for organizing this event, because these kind of events provides a great opportunity for all stakeholders to meet together and advance the agenda for the industry. I will also like to congratulate Telangana government, Telangana industrialists, Telangana stakeholders, because Telangana is the hub for pharma industry. And it is the place which provides a lot of lessons for going forward as far as this industry is concerned. It is not only the center for pharma industry, APIs, CRDMO, it is also the center for IT industry, with top 10 companies in the world with their headquarters here. And the future of pharma industry will be synergy between pharma and IT, because as NVIDIA chief always calls that biology is engineering. And if you see Drug Controller General of India's new position announcement, engineering is going to be playing a very important role. So what we see going forward is the synergy between and engineering to take forward the agenda of biologicals. Biologicals are going to play a very important role. We have got many of our industry experts sitting right in front who are the experts in the biological space, and we'll see a lot happening here. I'd just like to focus on 2-3 areas. One is pharma industry is an industry of pride for this country. It is a strategic industry, contributes $22 billion in terms of foreign exchange. It is an industry where we are proud to say that 60% of vaccines are sold around the world. We supply products to 200 countries around the world. 20% of world production takes place from India. And whether it is West Asia crisis or COVID, we owe it to the world that despite all the problems, we are able to supply medicine. And that is the strength of this industry. This is an industry where we have got tremendous advantage. We are the doctors' capital of the world. We are the maximum number of doctors in the world, and 1 lakh doctors now pass out. We have got maximum number of nurses. We have got around 1.5 million engineers. We have got tremendous digital advantage. So at the moment, we are supplier of affordable medicine, and as His Excellency Garrett pointed it out, We are the most cost-efficient supplier of medicine, affordable, quality-driven medicine. And we are known in the world for affordable medicine supplies. Next decade, next 2 decades are going to be of change. And the 5 key priorities for this industry, because I will be very short. First is innovation. And as His Excellency Gareth also pointed out, FTAs are very important where we combine the strength of various countries and various nations. So there is a great opportunity. 2/3 of the market is innovation market. Only 1/3 is generic. We are very strong in generic, but if we have to move to the next level, there is no choice but to get into innovation space. Lot is being announced. PRIP scheme is announced, and they are in the process of examining the applications. Everything will get closed by May. Bioshakti scheme is announced, which is a major thing, and we have got Chakravarti here, FOP, IDMA. We are working closely with the government to come out with the schemes. 3 objectives: funding. How do we encourage biosimilars? 55 biosimilars will get out of the patent, contributing around $300 billion. In addition, we have to get into new biological entities, demonstrated very clearly by Glenmark, biggest deal in the country of $2.5 billion with AbbVie. This is just the beginning. A lot of work which is being done in CAR T cell therapy. We are at the beginning stage, and as His Excellency Gareth also pointed out, we are working in collaboration with various institutions around the world to take forward the innovation agenda. Number 1 priority for the industry. Second priority is self-reliance. Although we supply API more than what we import, but our reliance on China for API supplies, 70% what we import is from one single country, around $4 billion, particularly in the space of antibiotics, vitamins. Government has announced API scheme, and I would like to congratulate many of the manufacturers in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh who are making a difference. Arbindo is going to come, has already started the production of penicillin G. So second is self-reliance in APIs. We are moving forward in that agenda. Lot is being done and lot will happen in that area. Third area, which is very, very important, is quality. And we have Gautam sitting here. He's playing a very important role to drive the skilling agenda in the quality space. Government has announced Schedule M, and government has also announced that we like to be part of ICH, first in terms of practices, what we do, and second in terms of PICS as a registration. It may take around 5 years, but that is again a very important priority as far as government is concerned. Fourth is ease of doing business, where we are working that we have to be the global regulator. We should be regulatory benchmark in the world. CDSCO is being strengthened. There is a lot of work which is being done to simplify the processes, and Niti Aayog itself is involved. A very, very important agenda, and pharma is assuming a lot of focus. And the last point, 5th point, these are the 5th priorities according to us, which is very important, is the skilling. Is a fundamental thing, whether it is AI or whether it is new talent in manufacturing. We may build big factories, we may build anything, but unless we have got skilled talent, nothing will happen. And it is good that Gautam is here because he is playing a very important role in the skilling agenda. And we have got all our senior colleagues, many of them I can see here. Skilling is fundamental because unless we have got skilling, nothing for agenda will happen. Great opportunity. We are all proud and we are committed as an industry. Chakravarti is here. In every forum we say that we are $60 billion at the moment. We will be $120 to $130 million by 2035. We'll be $450 billion by 2047. Number 1 in the world in terms of volume supply, top 3 in the world in terms of value supplies. And it is going to be next 2 decades, it's going to be the decades of pharma industry. All the very best, and thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights into the industry and the vision ahead. Next, I would like to invite for the special keynote address Mr. K. Maheshwari, who is the Senior Vice President, the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Sir is the Managing Director of CIL Securities Limited and currently serves as the Senior VP for the FTCCI. With over 30 years of experience in capital markets and financial services, he is a seasoned expert, and we are very delighted to hear him and his insights. A huge round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, industry leaders, innovators, and dear participants. I am delighted to be a part of this plenary session, India Pharma Expo 2026, here in Hyderabad, India's pharmaceutical capital. Let me concentrate more on Telangana. Telangana contributes nearly 35% of India's bulk drug production and a third of the country's vaccine output. This isn't just a state advantage, it is a national responsibility. FTCCI has been driving stronger industry-government collaboration on ease of doing business, faster regulatory clearances, and infrastructure upgrades for pharma clusters across the state. Just yesterday, I was with the Chief General Manager of State Bank of India, and he says, I have got 12,000 crores only reserved for MSME and SME units, and our purpose is to develop MSME and SME sector in the state of Telangana. And anybody, if SBI is coming out with 12,000 crores, overall, when we put all the banks that are reaching out from Hyderabad, you would know the amount of money that is available, which can be taken by the entrepreneurs for the development of their business through SME, MSME. Events like the India Pharma Expo are where conversations move from boardrooms to action, connecting policymakers, manufacturers, and global buyers under one roof in Hyderabad. Telangana's pharma MSMEs need better access to global supply chains, technology partnership, and export facilitation. This expo is launched for exactly that, with 170 plus exhibitors, 60 plus speakers, and 25 plus Telangana headquartered companies participating. This edition underscores the depth and ambition of our state's pharma ecosystem. Hyderabad is known as a center not only for pharma, not only for IT, for defense, aerospace, nuclear, and automotive sector. The quality standards and compliances rigor in these fields directly mirror with what pharma demands: precision, traceability, and zero room for error. India's push for Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense holds powerful lessons for pharma's self-reliance, investment in indigenous R&D, build trusted domestic supply chains, and reduce API dependence on imports. Hyderabad is uniquely positioned as a dual hub: defense aerospace on one side, pharma biotech on the other. The convergence of these ecosystems is Telangana's advantage and it is what makes the city the natural home for an expo of this scale. The future of pharma is technology driven, all in drug discovery, simulation based testing, digital quality assurance. Industries like defense have already adopted these tools at scale. Pharma must accelerate. I urge every exhibitor and delegate here to think beyond today's product line. The partnership formed at this expo should aim at the next decade of Indian pharma, not just for the next quarter. With both, FTCCI stands ready to support policy advocacy, trade facilitation, and global market access for every company represented here. I congratulate Elets Technomedia for bringing together this remarkable platform. As Senior Vice President of FTCCI and as someone who has spent 3 decades in capital market and in Hyderabad, I can tell you this city, this state, and this industry are ready for the world's stage. Let's make the India Pharma Expo 2026 the beginning of that journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and your vision for the pharma and the life sciences industry ahead. Moving on, next I would like to call upon stage for keynote address Mr. Chakravarti AVPS, who is a distinguished leader in the pharmaceutical and packaging sectors, currently serving as a chairman for the Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs for the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh chapters. He is also the global ambassador for the World Packaging Organization, making him the first Asian to hold this prestigious title. With over 38 years of experience, he is the CEO and managing director of EcoBliss India, where he has pioneered innovation, patient-centric packaging solutions, and is a recipient of the Pharma Ratna and several World Star Awards. He also serves as an advisor to Pharmaxil and the Confederation of Indian Industry. A huge round of applause. Sir, can we please have you for your address?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Gupta and your entire team of Elets for this great initiative. I really appreciate. Hyderabad needs an exclusive pharma and healthcare show for a long time. There have been a number of shows. I think this maiden initiative by Elets will take a great shape into one of the best events in Hyderabad as it is desired. I remember 20 years ago when the Interfex started here. I think many of you might not be knowing. Interfex was the world's largest show in the USA. They had their maiden edition in Hyderabad almost 25 years ago. And we thought it will take into shape in big way in India. Somehow the next edition had to be cancelled because of the disturbances in Mumbai. And after that, they never came back. Since then, there have been many shows, but sporadically they were concentrating in one sector or other, either engineering or packaging or processing. I think you are bringing the healthcare and pharma together. I think that's a great initiative. So definitely this will take into great shape. The way you have worked hard during the past 3-4 months, I'm personally witnessed. Your people were regularly in touch with all of us for the success of this show and also making it as a big knowledge platform. So compliments to you. Well, my friends, today I'm very happy that I say mentor of mentors, but he's a very dear friend, my friend and philosopher, the former managing director of Abbott, and also currently the most powerful Indian Pharma Alliance Secretary General. Being in the policy making position today, controlling 70% of the Indian Pharma as its members, Dr. Sudarshan Jain, welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. And my another good friend, His Excellency Gareth Wynne Owen. He's not a high commissioner, he is a man of masses. I think you have seen him in many forums. He mixes with everybody, including a guard on the security, to a managing director, to a minister or a chief minister. He mixes with everybody on the same platform. So, kudos to your humility and humbleness. I always cherish your friendship and your company, and I'm so happy for that. And my friend, dear friend, and also colleague on the board, is currently the senior vice president, and will be taking over next year as a president of the most prestigious, the Chamber of Commerce, with around 3,000 industrial and business members, Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Krishna Kumar Maheshwari, a very knowledgeable person, very humble and simple person today. Welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. And finally, dear Pascal, the French Consulate Deputy Consul, very active here, and I'm good to see it's a surprise package today. I'm very happy to see you also here. Thank you very much. And I have so many people. The Director General of LSSDC flew all the way from Delhi. Mr. Anand from Singapore, I think he's there somewhere. Tadagat and so many other people. I'm sorry. Mr. Ranjan is there. And I'm very happy that Elets made it possible to have a great minds joining together for a great initiative. Well, a warm welcome to all of you once again, my dear friends. I can't help but feel the immense gravity of our industry in this Hyderabad Pharma Forum. We often call this city the pharma capital of India, while we call India as the pharmacy of the world. But let us more precise. Hyderabad is the life support system for a significant portion of the global population, my dear friends. Whether it is the vaccine that reached the most remote corners of the world, or essential medicines manufactured in our own FDA-approved plants in Hyderabad and around the Hyderabad in Andhra and Telangana, for which I'm responsible on behalf of Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs, which I may add the density of the New Jersey. So far, the New Jersey is the largest cluster of the pharmaceutical industry. It's a hub. Now Hyderabad is beating it. It has been second for a long time. I think now we have surpassed the New Jersey also with the kind of facilities what we have. A round of applause to our place. We all belong to this place. And well, my friends, as the chairman of Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs in this region, I really, we are no longer just the pharmacy of the world in terms of volume. We are becoming the innovation hub of the world also here in Hyderabad. I'll tell you the strategic shift, as my friend Mr. Jain has told already. We have so much of R&D and innovation is happening. We are world number 3 in generics. I have visited around 11 countries this year already. Wherever I go, we have got good applause the way we send the affordable drugs and efficacious drugs as well. So we are very grateful to that. Now we are talking about the moving up to the value chain. We have been the leaders in the generics. As Mr. Sudarshan Jain rightly put, the efforts are on. The companies like Sun Pharma under the leadership of Dilip Bhai Shangvi, Dr. Reddy Satish, Mr. G.V. Prasad, Jaides Kadila, the Pankaj Bhai, and so many others. Actually, they're all looking at new molecules, new chemical entities, and a collaboration with the academy also. I think the future belongs to us. We have nothing to worry in this. And I can't help touching about something on the packaging as well. The strategic shift, packaging and innovation. As you all know, for almost 4 decades, I have advocated for a fundamental truth. A drug is only as good as the system that delivers it. If it is delivered properly to the patient, then only its objective fulfills. We must stop viewing packaging as a back end or post-production necessity. My friends, in this era of 130 billion ambitions by 2030, packaging is a strategic pillar. It's our first line of defense against counterfeiting and our primary tool for patient adherence as also, which is very important. As global ambassador of the World Packaging Organization, the apex body which has ties with the UNO and UNIDO on the global forum, being on the executive board, I see the shift towards patient-centric design these days, worldwide, not just in India. We're moving beyond the box. We are talking about smart packaging, integrating IoT and AI to track efficacy in the real time. That's more important. Sustainability, reducing our plastic footprint while maintaining regulatory compliance for the US and EU markets. This is also on the anvil. Safety, ensuring that brand India stands for the highest standards of safety and reliability. Well, my friends, moving on to the global perspective, my dear friends, moving up the value chain, so my work with Pharmaxil and trade missions to various countries last year and this year, I have personally realized that the world does not just want our generics alone, they want our expertise too. India is at an inflection point today. We are transitioning from value through volume to value through innovation. So our MSMEs, as mentioned by my friend Mr. Maheshwari, and SMEs, the backbone of the entire pharma value chain. They are now competing on a global scale. You might be wondering, there are so many MSMEs, very highly qualified US FDA approved plants. In fact, they act as a third party manufacturers. In fact, they're actually producing the drugs for the global health. See, we are proud of our MSMEs too. As I told, the MSMEs are really the backbone, like any industry, the pharmaceutical industry also. So, but to do it, we must embrace the convergence of the IT and life sciences. Who else can be a better place? The Hyderabad, the leader in the IT, the leader in chemical technology. Convergence of both. The unique advantage is that we are both a pharma powerhouse and a technology capital. It's not an exaggeration. Many people say 4 out of 5 working in Silicon Valley are from India, and 3 out of 4 are from Hyderabad, my dear friends. So we have a very good geopolitical advantage there also. Hyderabad's unique advantage is that we are already having a great synergies in both the sectors. So when you combine artificial intelligence-driven quality control with the world-class formulations, you get a product that's not just made in India, but designed for the future, my dear friends. Well, why we're all here? We just heard from Dr. Ravi Gupta, the collaboration, how meaningfully the collaborations have to be there, be it from the academy, be it from the associations. We have IPA here, we have Federation of Pharma here, we have Federation of Chamber of Commerce here, we have the diplomats here. So these collaborations really help. As we look forward into 2030 vision, I have one message for the entrepreneurs, innovators, and policymakers in this room. Do not work in silos, my friends. We've been doing it for a long time. And now it is the time for the collaborative action. The next breakthrough in drug delivery or supply chain resilience will not come from a single laboratory. It will come from the collaboration between a pharma scientist, a packaging engineer, and a software developer, interestingly. So all these combinedly will put forward to a new drug innovation. Well, my fellow entrepreneurs, think beyond manufacturing. Invest in the full value chain. Let's use this expo organized by the Elets, a capability not just to showcase products, but to forge partnerships that will define the next decade. Well, Telangana has shown the way. India is ready to lead. Let's build these global bridges together. I'm very much looking forward to knowledgeable deliberations throughout the day today and tomorrow. And once again, my congratulations and compliments to Elets management for bringing all of us together. A big thank you to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, we have a very special announcement. We are in launching our eHealth special issue, which is pharma and life sciences focused issue. Can we have the video in the background for the magazine as well? This is on the topic, the theme of India's next-gen life sciences vision, $130 billion by 2030, which is also India's and Telangana's aim, which we are moving ahead. We have captured insights, interviews, and articles, editorials, a lot of good stuff into this from leaders all across private, government, healthcare, life sciences, pharma, and technology sectors. I would request the following dignitaries to kindly help us in launch of this magazine. Can we have you up on stage, please, in the front for the magazine launch? Along with the dignitaries, I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Tathagata Datta, who is the president of Jodas Expoem Private Limited. Also, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, Chief Executive Officer of Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. We are also introducing a special exhibitors directory that, can you please have you up on stage, sir? We are also introducing and launching our exhibitors directory, in which we have captured the detailed insights from all the exhibitors that are here at India Pharma Expo, which will also be available for all the delegates on whoever are requesting it. We will also be launching that here today. We have Elets booth outside of Elets Technomedia, in which you can go and access. Can we have those for all our leaders here today for the special launch that we are doing on day 1 of Nextgen Pharma Summit Awards? We have a memorable picture, please. Can we have both and the leaders showcasing the magazine and the exhibitors directory that we have published? A huge round of applause. Can we have one with the magazine as well, if that is done? Thank you so much. I would like to take this moment to thank all of our leaders present on the stage. You can please resume your seats now. Thank you so much for insights into the healthcare, the pharma, the life sciences industry sector. Yeah. We would also like to thank our speakers with this token of gratitude from our end. Can we have the mementos now, please? Mementos here for all the speakers. Starting from His Excellency Gareth Van Owen, British Deputy High Commissioner, who's here with us for his keynote address. Thank you so much for your brilliant insights and taking out time for gracing us at this event. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much to Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General for Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. Thank you so much, sir, for your time, your vision, and your insights into the pharma and life sciences sector and the vision ahead. Thank you so much. K.K. Maheshwari, sir, Senior Vice President, the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time for gracing us at this event with your vision. To Mr. Chakravarti, AVPS, our Chairman for Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs. Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Global Ambassador of World Packaging Association, to Mr. Pascal Leroux, Deputy Consul General of France from the French Consulate. Sir, thank you so much for joining us and for gracing your presence here with us today. Thank you. Can we have a group picture with all our leaders with the mementos, please? Can we have you all holding the memento for a memorable group picture, please? A good round of applause. Can we have the event video? Meanwhile, we have the change in the setting for our next session. Thank you so much to all our leaders who joined us for the inaugural session on India's pharma and healthcare growth roadmap. I believe too many pictures are not many pictures ever. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please resume your seats. Join us for our next session. Meanwhile, can we have the change in the seating, please? We will be starting with our next panel discussion. We will be starting with our next panel discussion, which is on the topic of future-ready pharma manufacturing, sustainability, digitalization, global competitiveness, and skilling. with our next session, which is a panel discussion on future-ready pharma manufacturing, sustainability, digitalization, global competitiveness, and skilling. And for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert panelist, Dr. Tathagata Datta, who is the president of Jodis Expoem Private Limited. Sir, can we please have you up on stage for your panel? Dr. Datta, can we please have you up on stage? Let us start with your session now. Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. Mr. Bhattacharya, can we please have you join us on stage as well? Thank you. For the moderating this session, we have Mr. Amish Nayak, who is Senior Vice President of Maxon Group of Companies. A huge round of applause for all our panelists and moderators. Guys, we're just starting this program. Let us have some more energy and appreciate all our leaders joining us. Over to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Please start with the moderation.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion on future-ready pharma manufacturing. As we know, today the pharma is in a very critical crossroad with at inflection point. The curve is at inflection point. At one hand, we are asking to deliver the high quality medicines in a very affordable price, affordable scale. On the other hand, we need to embrace the sustainability. We need to adopt the digitalization, and we have to compete with globally with making a very strong workforce for the future. Dear friends, it's just not a transformation, it is again reinvention. Today, we are going to explore the 4 key pillars of future-ready pharma manufacturing. That is, one is sustainability, second, digitalization, third is global competitiveness, and fourth is the skilling. So, I am Mr. Amresh Kumar Naik, Senior Vice President, Maxon GCC LLP, going to moderate this discussion with my colleagues, with our speakers, the talented, the experienced speakers. So let me to initiate this discussion with a warm welcome, with a brief introduction, with brief self-introduction of our speakers with us. They can share a key takeaway, key priority takeaway for the future pharma manufacturing. Over to my speakers, who will brief about themselves, then we'll start the discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so Amreji, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gautam Bhattacharya. I have a privilege of leading an institution which I think is going to shape what we are going to see in the success in 2030, 2047, which is my organization name is Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. The councils are set up by Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship. It is a central ministry. We have a mandate and a single point agenda to create skilled manpower for the sector. Since I belong to life sciences sector, I have a responsibility, my organization has a responsibility of creating skilled manpower for the life sciences sector. I have close to about 3 decades plus experience in pharma, biopharma, life sciences, vaccines, medical device, diagnostic sector. And so from introduction point of view, my organization's responsibility is huge in contribution to what we are going to see for life sciences sector in future. I will look forward to kind of interacting more and deliberating on further topics on life sciences sector skilling. So right now is just a brief introduction. So to Dr. Datta.
Very good morning, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for arranging this event, and thanks Amresh ji and Gautam ji, such an esteemed panel to be a part of that. So I am Dr. Tathagat Datta. I'm pharmacist by education, not a medical doctor, and did my graduation, post-graduation, and my doctorate from All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi, my postdoctorate from Weizmann Institute, Israel, and Diamantina Institute of Cancer Immunology and Metabolic Medicine under Ian Fraser in University of Queensland, Australia. And I was one of the team members which invented the first cervical cancer vaccine, Gardasil. I worked for quite a good number of companies in India and abroad. And I can say that I have tested the whole of it. And presently I am working as a president, Jodas Expo which is a Hyderabad-based company. My area of interest is basically I am a scientist, and now I have to look after everything, practically doing nothing. So I actually, my area of interest is development of novel biological entities, especially cell and gene therapy, antisense oligonucleotides, siRNAs, and tissue-targeted drug delivery systems. So I am in between these two stalwarts. One is the skilling guy and manufacturing. So I am partially here and partially there. Rest, as the discussion progresses, we'll be able to know everyone very closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tathagat ji. Thank you, Gautam ji. From a long time before, our industry has been delivering a very critical service to the human, that is life-saving medicines, in a very affordable scale. But today, the expectation from our industry is far beyond from efficacy, cost, quality. It's not limited to now efficacy, cost, and quality. It is expanded to various other fields. Out of that, we are going to explore 4 key pillars, which is stepping for the future-ready pharma manufacturing. The time was there where we were asked to deliver the medicines in a deliver the healthcare products in a affordable scale. But today we are asked deliver the healthcare products not in the cost of planetary health. That's where the sustainability comes in. So sustainability is now key things which we need to adopt to stay in the global competition. So there are various factors which now changing the sustainability from which was like a compliance driven is now changing to the true sustainability with leadership. So what is called true sustainability? So there are various factors coming, beginning from the design of the plant, then till the maintenance of the plant, manufacturing, innovation, R&D, everywhere, marketing, travels, everywhere, how the sustainability is taking place, how the emission 1, emission 2, emission 3 levels, the pharma leaders are taking care and putting the things to be a global competitive, to face the global competitive markets. The most important things is the renewable energy. Today, as all of us knows, we have achieved 180 plus gigawatt of solar of renewable energy in India out of 500 plus our demand. And by 2030, definitely we'll achieve up to 500 gigawatt solar plus wind plus other forms of renewable energies. For pharma industries, why the sustainability is very, very critical? We know we have been using most of our energy. If you see, the more than 50-55% of our energy goes on utility, HVAC, and other system. So to minimize those things, my leaders has taken a great lead. First, they have attacked the point called efficiency. The day was there when the motor was running at 82-83% of efficiency, which are called as the standard motors. Now it has moved to EFF1, EFF2, EFF3. Now we are in the stage of EFF5, which is going more than 92-93%, almost 95%. The heat recovery has come like a, again, regeneration of chilled water. The heat recovery from the chiller has now come as a product for the heat pump, where we are taking the heat and giving the chilled water, which was previously throwing out or cooling through the cooling tower. There are many, like for the HVAC, where used to, everybody could have seen, where used to go like belt driven. Then with the evolution, we changed from belt driven, plug driven, VFD. Now we are with EC and EC plus fans and all. The transformer, which we had a normal transformer, now we are going level 1, level 2, level 3 transformers. So the renewable energy, the efficiency, the renewable energy, people see the most of the pharma companies, now they are putting rooftop, then open access, then now floating solars. So many things are coming up. So with to my colleagues, Tathagatji, who can share the general, the changes, how the compliance-driven sustainability is moving towards the true sustainability by leadership. Tathagatji, you can give a brief about how your organization is moving from compliance-driven sustainability to the true sustainability by leadership.
Thank you, Amreshji. So, sustainability was more of a compulsion so far. That's what we are saying, that compliance-driven sustainability. And here I would like to add one thing which I am saying since past couple of months. As all of you know, India had a very big trade deal with the European Union, and the entire market will be open for the Indian manufacturers. But the question is, are we ready for that? Because I know personally these European Union countries, they have their very stringent sustainability norms. They have their very stringent EHS, employee health and safety norms. And I know companies in India, they try to, they behave like penny wise pound foolish. They try to save small monies, and they land up paying up bigger amounts in those things. I know certain industrial areas in, especially somewhere in extreme North India, where I know at night, middle of the night, they put the sludge from the STP and ETP into some area instead of processing them. So these are not only about the compulsions, it is about the mindset. And we have to understand that if sustainability is, we are not able to follow, we will not survive. Neither the earth will be there, nor we will be there. Now, we ourselves, we are following the sustainability in a great extent, but not to the full. Like I'll tell you one good example, which we have shifted. The ample ceiling line. Usually, most of the companies you will see, they use the gas burner to seal the ampoules. But we have, after a continuous effort for a couple of years, I have been able to implement the ultrasound-based sealing of the ampoules. So that actually saves the gas, that actually saves the emission and everything, and a step towards sustainability. We are now using, instead of this furnace oils, we are using the gas burners in the furnaces. That again is reducing the emission and obviously the cost. The cost has drastically come down almost by 70% in the manufacturing facility for the boilers and the furnaces. And our next target is by next year, we will move from these gas burners to, we'll move to electric burners. So, and the life of the electrostatic precipitators, the scrubbers, is increasing drastically because we are not using the furnace oil. These are actually, we are saving money. It is like an investment. You are investing today and tomorrow you are saving money. But still, lot of awareness is lacking, and this is something which I want to highlight. Couple of months back, I was talking to a professor of a national institute. He's a very learned scientist, returned to India from US, and he's a API guy, and he has a technology for green chemistry. So without using solvents, circular chemistry, continuous process of manufacturing, that actually will reduce the cost of the API drastically. In long run, our dependency on other countries, neighboring countries will go, which is in line with the government of India's policies of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. And the most important thing is, when, as we know, that any API, it requires a lot of solvents, and that is also not only polluting the environment, but this trace quantity of solvents are dangerous to our health. So when we set the API specifications, the residual solvent content is very, very important. And if you do it using only water, so the residual solvent question doesn't arise. So your carcinogenicity, the genotoxicity, these issues are gone. And you will not believe, I took him to a lot of big companies who are into APIs, and everyone said everything is good, but you know, I have to set up a new plant. The existing plant cannot accommodate, and I don't want to do investment in CapEx. It was not done. And then last week it came in the newspaper that Novartis acquired the technology. They entered into a tie-up with that institute, and they acquired the entire technology. They licensed it. So the thing is that we have a lot of such in-house technologies. Gautamji will talk about the skills and all those things, but we are adverse to risks. We want always low-hanging fruits. We want to make money with generics, be it 2 rupees money, and we are missing the bigger pictures, the new biological entities, new chemical entities. The former owner of Orchid, Mr. Raghavendra Rao, he is a very good friend of mine, though he is a very senior to me, but he is a very good friend and we share a very nice relationship. So, you know, he 20 years back, he dared to start the MC project and he became bankrupt. Today, he is not allowed to keep a credit card also because he is bankrupt. He has to work as a consultant and he has to take payment in cash because he has declared himself bankrupt. And his company was acquired by the Dhanukas, and the seed which he has sown 20 years back, the new chemical entity, the first new chemical entity was launched by Orchid. And today it is the only NC by any Indian company which was developed in India and it is now approved globally. The first antibiotic, and it got 10 years antibiotic exclusivity. So that means within 10 years, no generic can come into the market, even after the patent expiry also. And subsequently, you know, the next ketorolaide antibiotic of Okhart is almost on the way. The saroglitazar from Zydus is on the way. It is also in the phase 3. So, but these one or two examples are like oasis in a desert. Unless or otherwise, we make it a practice that every company will practice innovation, every company will do practice sustainability religiously as a part of their lifestyle. The country cannot prosper, the people cannot prosper, and we cannot earn. See, today we are sitting in Hyderabad, the pharma capital of the world, where out of every 3 doses of vaccines, 1 is manufactured in Hyderabad. Every 3, 1/3 of the world's vaccine goes from Hyderabad. And obviously, 40% of the generics also goes from Hyderabad. But still, on the basis of revenue share, if you see, we are less than 4% of the world's this thing. You know, Hyderabad, as my elder brother Chakravarti Garu was saying before, that Hyderabad has beaten the New Jersey cluster in New Jersey, Parsippany, that cluster in the pharmaceutical hub. So I'll be more precise. The New Jersey has 183 US FDA approved manufacturing plants, and Hyderabad has 214 US FDA approved manufacturing plants. So Hyderabad has taken over. Earlier it was Basel, Switzerland, then it was New Jersey, and now Hyderabad is the #1 pharmaceutical hub, pharma and biopharma hub in the world. But still, if you see the amount of revenue share we get, it is less than 4% of the world's revenue. This year, as far as the Pharma Excel database, we close to $30 billion in export. But 30 billion is nothing. I'll name you one molecule, Keytruda, pembrolizumab, the wonder drug of Merck, which is used in cancer. And I have experience of people, and because I very frequently, wherever I travel, I visit 2 places religiously. One is the hospitals, talk with the doctors, take the inputs from them, because that helps me to innovate new things. Another one is I go to the pharmacies and I see what new medicine is there in the shelf. And I ask them why you are keeping this and why you are not keeping that. So this Keytruda, it's even in stage 4B cancer also it is working. And if you see this Keytruda pembrolizumab, last year it made $45 billion business. So it is one molecule revenue is more than the total export of India. So are we really doing justice to ourselves? Are we doing justice to our talent? No, we are not doing it. We are just probably making some cheap money out of some cheap things. And this is the way neither we will be doing justice to our future generation, not to the country, and we'll never be in a position where we'll be looked at with respect. We need respect. And here I think I'll pass on to Gautam.
Yeah, so if we allow this person to continue for the whole day, he can go on, right? He is an encyclopedia of Indian pharma industry, and he's seen it all, done it all. So you should engage with Dr. Datta outside this panel discussion, catch him to get your nuggets of wisdom and how you crack the code in the sector. But since I am also sitting here and I just can see only a few minutes left, I thought that I'll grab the mic and hijack it, right? Amresh ji, can I do that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, so before coming to this conversation and this panel, we were chatting up, and let us focus on a couple of topics. Country's priority right now is to move the needle from volume to value. That essentially means we have to innovate and create innovative products. Question is, who will innovate and who will create these innovative products? Technically, if you see, government can at best do some things. One, provide policy decisions, funding, easy access to regulatory affairs, easy access to developmental pipeline that government has, and all such kind of things. But the core of it is who will do the innovation. Look at innovation capital of the world. So if you look at pharma, if you look at biologics, if you look at medical devices, we can take a reference from countries like Switzerland, from European countries, South Korea, Israel. He's educated from Israel. All these countries have something in common. The innovation does not start at the company level. The innovation starts at the academic level. Trust me, I traveled all across and I was wanting to find out academic institution who can contribute to this innovation. So we have X number of PhDs coming out of the educational institute every year. All of you are at a leadership position where you possibly have interviewed some of the PhDs that we produce. And I don't want to qualify further, but you would know by yourself the quality of doctorates that we are producing. I think we have to get a little more fundamental here. One of the solution that I've often discussed with the Higher Education Institute is to create some labs. They have labs, right? But then how often do we use these labs for innovation is the question. How often academic institutions aligned with industry's request or industry's problems and solve it in the lab. So my philosophy is education has to move to labs if we have to focus on innovation. For that, Life Sciences Sector Skill Council has a concept of creating skill labs in the educational institutes. I think skill labs will not only help create industry-ready workforce right at the academic institutions, but also help create some innovative solution in the academia which industry can utilize. So one of the key initiatives that we are running these days is, and if you have some academic institutions around you, if you are in touch with them, if you are in discussion with them, you can suggest them that one of the way to create a industry-ready workforce. Generally, all the higher academic institutions struggle with placements. Why do they struggle with placement? Because as an industry do not find valuable students and outputs from the academic institution, and that's why it is very difficult for them to just hire from those academic institutions. If we create skilled manpower right at the academic institution, we bridge the gap between academia and industry. That's one solution. The second solution is, assuming that we have a workforce who's wanting to upskill themselves, who's wanting to skill themselves, where do they do it? So the traditional typical way of education or learning through PowerPoint presentation or through any small session of learning, I think is a passé. We'll have to get hands-on skilling and hands-on training to be done in multiple places. I give a very common example. How do you learn swimming without getting into water? So difference between a training and skilling is skilling is learning swimming in the water, and training is just knowledge, you know. So I know that time is up, and but I want to leave the audience with one thought, is that if you are serious about having skilling done in the ecosystem, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council is one organization who's actively participating countrywide skilling opportunities and creating infrastructure for skilling. We also operate multiple government mandates into the state and central government mandates also, but independently also, we have a large infrastructure that is getting created for creating skilled manpower for life sciences sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Gautamji. Actually, we are running short of times. So we discussed about two key pillars of future-ready pharma manufacturing. Just to have a small brief about the digitalization, which we call just the backbone of pharma today. So we are not going to discuss more on that. Just give a brief about how the AI, how the MES, how the IoT, how the digital twin is moving nowadays, and how the pharma industries are taking the advantage of that, how and making them globally competitive. Okay, so global competitiveness and digitalization, we are not able to brief on more now because of short of time. I want to conclude the discussion now by saying that there is not a single, today the future ready pharma is not depend on a single factor. This is the 4 factors what we told: the sustainability, the digitalization, the global competitiveness, and the skilling. All these 4, how we are closely integrating to make a cohesive eco-force. We are having the talents, we are having the skill, we are having the scale, and we are having the trust of global. So let us design, let us build the future-ready pharma manufacturing and be the Vishwa Guru, the global leader for pharma. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the organizing committee. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you. Thank you to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insightful panel discussion led by our moderator, Mr. Amrish Nayak, Senior Vice President from Maxen Group of Companies. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Sudarshan Jain, sir, Secretary General of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, to kindly come up on stage, present the token of gratitude to our expert speakers and moderator for the day. Sir, you are a senior veteran. It would be lovely if you could come us on up, and together with Elets, we will be felicitating our speakers. In the center, please. Thank you so much for the insightful panel discussion, starting from Dr. Tatgata Datta, who is the President for Jodas Expoem Private Limited. A token of gratitude on behalf of Elets Technomedia and eHealth magazine. A huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. Mr. Gautam Bhattacharya, Chief Executive Officer, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, and Dr. Ravi Gupta, our founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief eHealth magazine. A huge round of applause, guys. To our moderator, Mr. Amrish Nayak, Senior Vice President of Maxen Group of Companies. Thank you so much, sir, for the expert moderation. A huge round of applause. Can we have a group panel picture, please? A group panel picture with all our panelists and Ravi sir and Sudarshan sir as well. Thank you so much for the expert discussion on future-ready pharma manufacturing, sustainability, digitalization, global competitiveness, and skilling. Thank you. You may please resume your seats now. Thank you so much, Sudarshan sir. We now move on to our next discussion, which is a panel discussion on the topic of nitrosamide risk management, clinical trials, global regulatory compliance, for which we have expert set of panelists here with us today. Can we have the setup, please, very quickly? Can we have one more mic at the podium here on the table? Let us start with our next panel discussion on the topic of nitrosamide risk management, clinical trials, and global regulatory compliance, for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert panelists, starting from Dr. A.R.M. Rao, Chief Quality Officer of Aurobindo Pharma. A huge round of applause. Sir, please join us. Also like to invite on stage Dr. Narasimha Reddy Bobili, who is the Principal Scientist of Aptoria Pharma Private Limited, Aurobindo Pharma. A huge round of applause. Next, Mr. Pawan Bhusari, Chief Executive Officer of Abiogenesis Clinpharm Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. A huge round of applause. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Sandeep Arora, Medical Director for AstraZeneca India. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much for joining, sir. This panel would be moderated by me, Dr. Sabri Saban, Editor for eHealth magazine from Elets Technomedia. Thank you so much to all our expert panelists for joining us for this insightful panel discussion for the Nextgen Pharma Summit. For the excuses for the last moment moderation change that happens in a dynamic discussion, I hope you understand. Let us start with a quick round of introductions from all of us, starting from Sir. If you can just introduce yourself and your organization to our audience in 1-2 lines.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. A.R.M. Rao. I was the...
Closer.
Yeah. My name is... Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. A.R.M. Rao. I'm the working as a Chief Quality Officer for Aurobindo Pharma Global. So I have a more than 35 years of industry experience in various organizations. I worked in end-to-end, all the pharma operations. Currently, I'm holding as a Chief Quality Officer and Drug Safety for the Aurobindo Global. Thank you.
Great. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Narasimha Reddy. I'm a Principal Scientist working in Aurobindo Pharma and Epitoria, it's a API division, Epitoria Pharma Private Limited, API division. Actually, I am having the 24 years experience in the pharma industry and the chemical research and development, generic molecules. Right now, I'm looking after most important right now industry facing a problem of nitrosamines and mutagenic impurities control strategies and all these things on behalf of Epitoria Pharma. So right now, this is my background. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Sandeep. So I'm a physician scientist by background, an MD, and I recently kind of joined AstraZeneca a year back. Over 2 decades of pharmaceutical experience. Worked in different multinational pharma companies. Started my career with Ranbaxy, now Sun. Then AstraZeneca, Novartis, medical devices, Terumo, vaccines, and Takeda, and now AstraZeneca. First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me here in Hyderabad, and I look forward for a very insightful session on clinical trials, clinical research. That's my passion, my forte, which is on the clinical development, clinical research, clinical trials, medical affairs, and happy to contribute.
We will be definitely diving deep into it, sir, today. Thank you so much for joining, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for organizers to invite me in this beautiful conference. My name is Pawan Visari. I am a CEO and co-founder of A Biogenesis Clean Farm Private Limited. This is a particularly clinical trial company who do the patient-based clinical trials, and I have total 27 years of experience in the industry. And before I used to work with the multiple companies like Shanta Biotechnic, Dr. Reddy's, Zydus Cadila, and I started this company 11 years before, and now this company running, and I'm working as a co-founder and CEO. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to speak with you all.
Thank you so much to our expert leaders, and I am Dr. Savri Sawant. I definitely do not have as much experience as you, but I am in this field of healthcare content and research, and I'm with Elets since some years. I am a dentist from profession with Masters in Public Health in healthcare research. So let us start. So for this very pertinent topic today on nitrosamide as well as clinical trials and as well as global regulatory landscape, we will be starting from what our current state is around these topics in India. We will be also moving towards what and how we are, leading things in Indian pharma and life sciences sector, and what next is our future strategy. So starting from Dr. Rao, as we move into 2026, we've seen a shift from reactive calls to proactive risk management systems and plans already that Indian organizations are setting in place and actively working towards. So in your view, how has the industry's mindset shifted from merely finding nitrosamides to designing them out of manufacturing process, and all your thoughts around this?
Well, I think since I'm starting the topic, I think I will start with some background. It's a vast topic, so I will try to summarize in a very brief, right? So nitrosamines is started from last 5 to 7 years back. When it started, it was a nightmare to the lot of industries, right? So it was a new thing, and people were debating whether it has any patient safety issue or not, all those things. So during those days, it's a reactive mode, right? When I say reactive mode, the industry is waiting for somebody to tell you, right? Either it could be regulators or it could be some other company identifies and say, oh, there is an impurity. Then we go back and start testing those, developing a method, testing those, and then recalling a number of batches. And in developed countries, there are a lot of sues from the patients. Okay, these are the things have happened from last I think 7 to 7 years. So of course now from couple of years there is another thing started, NDCRIs, right, which is related to nitrosamine. It is again new one. So I believe now industry has a lot of maturity now. They're all thinking now it's no reactive doesn't work now. So we need to get into a proactive strategy, right? So as far as nitrosamine, in fact, either NDCRI, any other impurity which has a patient, impact, people are very strongly believing now on the risk management of end-to-end process, either it's the API or end product of the finished dosage form. Right? So I think that is a trend now going on. So to summarize, a lot of maturity came in the industry now, right? Whether it is a small API manufacturer or intermediate manufacturer or up to the finished product formulation. So there are, basically people are following to risk management 3 basic pillars. One is a risk assessment, which means that thorough evaluation of understanding the formation of nitrosamine pathways, which includes, in case of APIs, solvents, catalysts, raw materials. So there is a shift. The earlier people used to believe on, okay, somebody is sending a excipient, somebody is sending an intermediate, let him depend on. Now the shift in the risk assessment is they get into the deeper and deeper, right? And assessing even every input which is going on. There is any pathway or a cross contamination. It need not to be a pathway, but there could be a cross contamination because of some reason. I think that's step one, right? The pillar two is that whatever you got, the assessment outcome, a control strategy has to be built into the whole end-to-end process. That is, which includes the, as I said, the input raw materials, or in case of formulation, excipient, solvent, catalyst evaluation, developing a specifications, continuous monitoring, trending, and the outcome of trending going back to the life cycle. So that's the second pillar. A third important pillar was the analytical infrastructure and the life cycle management. So a lot of these impurities, whether it's nitrosamine, pure nitrosamine, or NDCRI, the levels required is very, very low, and they're constantly evaluating. So today we say it is a 0.1 parts per million, and then it goes to 0.01 parts per million in a couple of months. So this is a challenge. So because of this very highly sensitive analytical setup, which was not a part of previously into a quality control or mostly R&D, across the analytical structure, it is not a part of it, right? Now that infrastructure building up is one of the very important part of it. Now, once you build up that, you need to continuously aware of regulatory and industry, and the toxicology limit, acceptable in.
Join us to make valuable industry insight from leading experts and professionals. And proceed to the conference hall, be a part of our discussion. Thank you.
Apologies for this. Back-end team, can you ensure?
All visitors are invited to attend our at India Pharma Expo 2026. Join us to make valuable industry insight from leading experts and professionals. Kindly proceed to the conference hall, be a part of our discussion. Thank you.
Arpana, can you please look into this so that we do not have any more announcements apart from here? So
Okay.
Please continue.
So as I said, the sensitivity of AI limits are keep changing. So there should be a continuous watch or a continuous life cycle management of including analytical methods, right? So of course, so this is not a one department job. So there are several approach industry has built in. In some of the industries they say nitrosamine task forces, which comprise of toxicologist, toxicologist, and chemist, pharmacist, right? Analytical folks, right? So there are a lot of. Should I wait? Yeah, so I think that's some of the strategies people are following. Task forces has it continuously evaluating. So these strategies, what I said, three pillars, which is the risk assessment, control strategies, and analytical infrastructure. If this continuously evaluating, right, I think there will be a proactive measure will happen, and thereby, the organization can able to continue the supply chain, right? Thank you very much. I think I will leave it.
Thank you so much, sir. So definitely, as you rightly pointed out, it is a work in progress. It is a continuously evaluating field, and definitely with more and more advanced technologies that we will start incorporating, we will definitely strengthen this aspect further and further in India as well. Moving on to our next panelist, Dr. Narasimha sir. So, sir, as sir also mentioned that nitrosamide drug-related impurities and the SRIs have become the focal point, as he also rightly pointed. What are the most significant challenges that you feel that are in the industry while conducting confirmatory testing for these complex molecules, while also we are focusing on maintaining the speed of the R&D cycle? What are your thoughts around this?
Yeah. Actually, this Dr. Rao sir already said what is the mitigation point, where it is originating, how we have to address all these things. And as I am a scientist, I'll go to the depth of the where it is originating, how it will originate, how we are going to control, what is the strategies which are to follow. I'll going to explain. See, this is basically nitrosamines which are going to form in the when we are synthesizing the API and intermediates and key starting materials. So nitrosable substances and nitrosoting agents get together in the under acidic reaction conditions. These are the most preferable it will form. So for that, we have to how to address this risk management. We need to when it is a route of synthesis, when it is what are the impurities involved in the manufacturing process and byproducts, reagents, solvents, and degradants, and when it is a storage conditions and micronization and this all these things need to be considered whether it will form, there's a possibility to formation or not. So in that, what are the nitrosable substances which are involved in the manufacturing process that are in that, particularly secondary amines, tertiary amines, quaternary amines, and amide solvents, this carbamates, urea derivatives, and indoles, pyrogenes, pyrimidines, and purines. This type of there's a secondary amine contain, whether it is in the alkyl chain and aromatic chain, whether it is a possibility to form in the based on the reaction conditions needs to be verified. For the formation of this nitrosamine impurities, particularly the nitrosating agents are required in the system of whether it is forming or not. For that, nitrate and nitrates, whether it is from the reagents, solvents which are used in the manufacturing process as a catalyst, which are the reaction byproducts, or is a degradants, or which are going to leads to formation of nitrate and nitrates, nitrite and nitrates. That needs to be considered, and whether it will form or not, first we have to mitigate. First, we have to assess the risk assessment, where it is originating, where it is in the downstream synthesis, whether it will go in the when you are isolating the product, it will go or not. We have to cross check. Then after that, we have to get the one central idea, but where impurities are forming, where we have to identify, and conformity testing is required to meet the regulatory bodies requirements. Day by day in EMA and Canada and further in the USFDA, later on they are changing their stance. There is one of the biggest challenge in front of the industry. This is the one of the biggest challenge. Once it is, as an industrialist, as a scientist, as working in the R&D, definitely they will cross-check the all, whatever the mitigations, whether plannings and risk management, definitely there is no issue in that, and day-to-day activities will change our stance and will do it. But once we are already addressed, we have taken the action against the formation of impurities, then we are already notified to the agency. Later on, they are changing their stand. That is the biggest challenge. Today is the acceptable intake is one X molecule, that what NDSRIs or nitrosamines, particularly nitrosamines are already lower molecular weight nitrosamines, they are not changing any stand. But when it comes to the NDSRIs, they are changing their stand because availability of carcinogen data, availability of non-availability of carcinogen data, they are going for an advanced Ames test and in vivo data and surrogate structures, SR, structural activity relationship. When it comes to the updated information in the database, they are changing their stand. That is the biggest challenge. So then it is if it is a lower limit risk management, when it is going to the higher limit publishing by the agencies, there is no issue. When it comes to when it is a higher limit is initially published, after that is a lower limit is they are publishing, means that is a conservative manner. We have to relook into our process. We have to development activity, that is analytical load on the industry. This is the and skilled manpower. This is biggest challenge is when it comes to when it is calculating the acceptable limits, it comes to very ppm levels, 0.1 ppm, 0.2 ppm, that 0.2 ppm, 0.1 ppm, that analytical challenges is more important. Because see, when it comes to the LCMS study, HRMS study, GCMS study, there's a degradation pathways, and even when you are developing the method itself, there is an issue. So that all these things we have to mitigate, whether it is a suitable method or not, that is the biggest challenge. When sometimes, so you know, the industry all past 7 years onwards, we are with a lot of problems. Even FDA is the published methods itself, there is a flaws. After that, we are rectifying one day by day. That is the one of the challenge. So when it comes to the risk management, when we are identified that this NDSRS and nitrosamines, so what are the, we have to identify it. First phase of identification is the most important, this to start up further level of action in the industry. So how many impurities are possible to form? That is the first phase of analysis, first phase of evaluation we have to do. After that, impurity preparations. Impurity preparation, availability of impurities in the market, it is a customer's based, somebody is preparing. See, nowadays there is a one of the, I can say this word is a fashionate to publish whatever the impurity. When it is a secondary, I mean, they are attaching the nitroso group and they are publishing in their databases. So then portals. But really, when it comes to the realistic manner, whether impurity will form or not, that is the biggest challenge. See, when it is, we are trying to prepare the impurities by nitration of impurity, when it is instead of nitration, their formulation is happening, oximes are forming, instead of nitration, nitration is forming because of adjacent aromatic atom, orthoposition or somewhere position, this is a nitro group are coming instead of nitration. But molecular weights wise, this is almost, it is the same. That time there is sometimes we are facing the problem. Say example, I will tell you diclofenac. Diclofenac is one drug, they are published as a nitroso impurity. That is the biggest challenge is characterization. Whether it is impurities really it's formed or not also important. So then once impurity characterization by NMR, mass and N15 it is confirmed, then only we will move into the analytical path. If the right quality of product is not there in front, how we can move further? That is the biggest challenge of the industry. So after once it is impurity forming, whether it is a degradation pathway, that is also important. So this is the one of the basic thing we need to be considered. After that, acceptable limit calculations. Acceptable limit calculations, AIs are published, acceptable intakes are published by the EMA and US FDA and Canada. Based on carcinogen data availability and sexual activity relationship and enhanced AIMS data or in vivo studies, sometimes in vitro existing studies or advanced studies. So based on that, what are the limits are published, that is suppose example 100 nanogram is published, then we have to consider as the maximum daily dose. So whatever the drug, where human consumption, how much it is there, what is the 100 mg or 20 mg or 30 mg, that needs to be considered, then we have to calculate the acceptable limit. But in this, one more biggest challenge is there. EMA, US limit is maximum daily dose is different. US limit is different. Canada different because of different toxicology studies, different trials, they are published. This is the approval dosage forms. So we need to consider official approved dosage form only when it comes to AIs. Sometimes their enhanced AIMS is accepted by the regulatory bodies of European Union. Then this is not accepted by the US FDA. Because this is the biggest challenge. See, when it is as a pharma industry, one method needs to be developed for the conservative manner, another method needs to be developed for the whatever the acceptance levels. This LOD establishments is very difficult. So these are the biggest challenges we are facing that we have to overcome when we are developing the methods. So when it comes to the analytical development, LOD, LOQL establishments, but method development, what is the conservative manner we have to develop the LOD, LOQ values? Suppose the acceptable limit is, higher level of acceptable limit is there, then LOD, LOQ values we have to develop is the 01, 03 LOD values. That is also one of the biggest challenge. Acceptable limit is 100 ppm, but LOD, LOQ is 01 ppm, 01 ppm. The linearity of the LCMS and HEMS is the one of the bracket. This is not at all possible to cover the linearity of 100 ppm to 0.1 and 0.3 ppm or LOD, LOQ values. So these limits are published for the not for the active pharmaceutical drug substance. It is a drug products. Then it is a collaboration between API and drug products also important. So when it is a forming in the manufacturing of API, one of the challenge. So we have addressing by controlling status, how nitratable substances, where it is originating, where it is involved in the manufacturing process, that need to be controlled. After that, where are the nitrating agents which are possibility to form from excipients, or in formulation comes to the excipient. In the reagent solvents, sometimes it is the air. Air also containing nitrate and nitrites and nitroxide oxides. That is also one of the biggest challenge. How we are able to control in the air? How we are able to control in the water? Water is highly polluted water. So industrial area. So then in that nitrate and nitrates are there. That is going to mitigate the formation of this nitrosamine impurities. So in the laboratory, we are able to control in the control system. This is the possibility formation. It's some little bit we are able to manage because of control strategy establishing also. When it comes to the commercial scale, this is the different scenario it will behave, because reactor capacities and the ornamental, and when in the laboratory development only will product quality will see. Then if it comes to the formulation requirement, micronization and milling, that is also one of the key role to formation of nitrosamine impurity NDSRIs. Because residual presence of nitrosable substances in the API, it leads to formation of nitrosamine impurity NDSRIs in the drug product. Because excipients containing nitrate and nitrates, that is also one of the biggest challenge. But the supplier of excipients with good quality in the industry is the one of the big challenge. So these are the nowadays, this is the industry facing a lot of type of problems we have to overcome by considering all these, whatever the possibility to formation of impurities. That further we have to think based on the FDA and US FDA, EMA and Canada guidelines and other regulatory bodies inputs. And thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such detailed insights into entirety. And I am sure you will agree that we can have an entire specific panel on nitrosamides, and it won't still, we will have enough time. But moving on to the another aspects that we have for this discussion, which are clinical trials and global regulatory landscape. So for Dr. Arora, sir, when we look at clinical trials, AstraZeneca has been the top organizations who has been prioritizing in-depth research as well as patient safety. So on those lines, in your understanding and opinions, ensuring that nitrosamide risks are integrated early enough in the clinical phase so that they don't become the bottleneck for global regulatory filings. What are your thoughts around all these kind of things?
First, a disclaimer, I'm not a nitrosamine expert like the other two gentlemen. So I'll be limiting my talk, whatever
around
insights
clinical
to clinical
trials,
trials, because that's what I work for. I start my work when the drug is ready, right? So they are responsible for drug manufacturing, drug development, but I'm responsible for the clinical development and the clinical trials. So on the right-hand side of the life cycle management. So AstraZeneca currently in India is roughly doing more than 80 global clinical trials involving more than 1,000 to 2,000 patients across different therapy areas. In the area of cancer research, in the area of cardiovascular, renal, metabolics, rare disease. These are different therapy areas where we work for. I'm not sure how many in the audience would know about our working in the area of clinical trials. But what we do normally in clinical trials, we don't consider risk communication, ethical responsibility, as you asked, and clinical trials as separate work stream. We consider it as one integrated work stream with a clear objective of patient protection. Now, what it means is that it is aligned with what ICH publishes, and it's aligned with the approach of ICH. And it is also now moving forward towards what we call as risk-based oversight and risk-based monitoring approach, which is fit for purpose, for quality, as well as protects the patient rights and patient safety. Let me give you a practical example. So in our company, what we do is we don't have this document-heavy compliance mindset. We have risk-based quality and compliance mindset. Now, what it means is that we identify, for every clinical trial, we identify risks early on. What are the key risks, involved in conducting a clinical trial? For example, the challenge in eligibility of the patients, informed consent, IP-related mismanagement issues. So I'm talking about the risk. Dosing-related issues, site-related issues in terms of infrastructure, manpower, as well as how do they document the various parameters which are required. And based on that, we design a risk management plan for each study. That's how most of the what you just said, regulatory compliance. Now, this stems from the way the clinical trials are conducted in AZ. And so that's one. The second piece is on the patient communication, the risk communication. So it is just not the communication to the investigators, but it is also communication to the patients. Because in India, awareness about clinical trials amongst the patient community is fairly low. We struggle recruiting patients in India. And I'm sure people who are involved in clinical trials would echo with that. It's unlike the developed world where they have a very strong patient network community and patients are encouraged to participate in a clinical trial because it's advancement of the care, right? Unlike what we do it here in India. So it's very important to have the patient-based communication as well as the investigator, of course, based communication, and in utmost transparency, honesty, and it lies all in the consent form. Even if there is a protocol amendment or if there is a risk which has been identified during the conduct of the trial and there is a change in the consent form, that also needs to be communicated proactively. And that's where patient risk communication is so important, because that builds the trust, that builds the confidence, amongst the clinical research community. Now, the third aspect is the regulatory compliance, which you touched. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to go to the regulator at the end. The work starts much early. When I say starts early, it means that you need to work with the regulator right from the protocol design, not once the protocol is submitted, because they will have their queries. We design protocol from a scientific standpoint, product development standpoint, but they think from also the ethics, the patient rights, etc. All these endpoints do play an important role, right? So a very close collaboration with the regulator, especially like US FDA or EMEA, Indian regulator also is getting more proactive in terms of, the clinical research and the clinical trials. So that's one. And then ensuring that you have a clear cross-functional team comprising clinical trials, medical monitoring, pharmacovigilance, regulatory affairs, quality. These teams do work in tandem and submit the documents basis the risk-based approach, which I just outlined, on a timely manner to the regulatory authorities. So that's what regulatory compliance is all about. And the timelines are all documented, like US is documented, Europe is documented. Even India, now we have the new drug clinical trial rules 2019, which very clearly outlines the GCP, Indian GCP, I would say. So Mr. Jain in the morning was talking about India inclusion in ICH. I think that's a very key important point. Once India is included in ICH, the compliance for doing clinical research, including the regulatory compliance, will be of a much better value add to the patients, and also it will improve the site capabilities in India. And this is also aligned with the Government of India recent announcement in the budget on Biopharma Shakti of launching 1,000 accredited clinical trial sites in India. And this is the first step towards that. So
Definitely, completely agree with you. Thank you so much. Along the same lines, just a minute, sir. Another question for Arora, sir. So, sir, you briefly mentioned that the organizations like Astra and other pharma organizations are facing a lot of challenges in, recruiting people for the clinical trials, especially in the Indian context. When in my time in UK, while I was, just studying as a student, as a master's in public health student, I see all around me in my university campuses, open offers and, interest opportunities for people to participate in the clinical trials, which I unfortunately do not see in India. So can you briefly touch upon that, and how can India make clinical trials more transparent for not just the organizations, but for the end users, the patients themselves, so that they are more interested into, finding out around these things, in turn improving our, uptake into people for clinical trial process. Your thoughts around it?
I think that's a very good question, and this is the right observation. Even I had a very similar observation. Now, the onus is not with the government. The government has already published the rules and regulations for conducting clinical research. The onus is on investigators, the onus is on industry, and the onus is also on patient advocacy. There are a lot of patient advocacy groups, by the way, which operate in India. I think there are two areas. One is on the sites. How do we kind of shortlist the right sites for doing clinical trials? And how do we ensure that the patients flow to these sites for enrollment, right? So these are the two main issues. So for one, I think creating a clinical trial network of a sort, and I'm sure with this Biopharma Shakti, one of the suggestions which are going from industry body is to create clinical trial network. I mean, OPPI, ICR, and I'm sure IPA also. We are suggesting to create a network of clinical trial sites and categorize them into tiering. Like tier 1 is your phase 2s, phase 1s, and phase 3s. Tier 2 becomes your complex biologics, vaccines. Tier 3 becomes your phase 4s or real world evidence. So create a network of those sites through a tier stratification. And these clinical trial network sites should have a digital platform so that I as an investigator, I as an industry professional, or I as a patient can actually see which sites, which trials are getting conducted. So that's a very open digital dashboard, live dashboard, which can be created. And this can be done by government, of course, by launching this, like the way they launched the rare disease platform in India. Similar, they can launch a clinical trial network. Now, once you launch this clinical trial network platform, the patient advocacy groups can be made aware about the trials, the do's and don'ts, the ethical responsibilities, the consent piece, etc., so that the patients are encouraged to go to these clinical trial network sites and start in case there is a requirement for patient enrollment. I think some of these small steps can really improve the whole clinical trial enrollment piece.
Definitely, sir. Very well pointed out, and I'm sure the audience over here are, also getting big nuggets of knowledge from these conversations that we are having as well. So, moving on to the, operational and the, upper level aspects to Mr. Bosari over here, sir. The organizational and leadership costs around all these kind of things. So, managing these risks isn't just a lab problem. It is a supply and cost problem as well. So, in your opinion, how can companies balance the high cost of advanced analytical testing with the need to remain competitive in a very price-sensitive market such as India? So, what are your thoughts around this?
Yeah. So, thank you very much. By the way, it's a good question. So, technically, before answering, these questions, I just, take some sentence from our fellow panelist regarding recruitment you asked, because that's our core area. So in West you go, there is an advertisement, there will be media, you'll see the TV advertisement, so and so studies going on, and any patients is there, they can walk in. But in India, it's unlikely happen that, some patients is walking to the hospital and I have the so and so disease, and I wanted to participate. So because the reason behind is, even though we are following the ICH, which is a global, harmonized guidance which everybody need to follow. We have our own ICH GCP. But if you look at our constitutional ecosystem, is go with the order of decision maker and then follower. And they believe that because our majority of the population is illiterate, even they are literate, this medical science is very complex, is not very easy to understand. Even people like us, many times we do not understand. So that's why they leave the decision with principal investigator, we call as the doctors, and that's why this entirely process is there. So answering to your before question, still we are evolving, as doctor says, that there may be some dashboard there down the line, there may be some kind of advertisement our regulator and this committee will allow, and you will find the respect to patient recruiting come forward and you'll put it. Coming back to your question on this panel, which you are talking about the nitrosamine, impurity, where how it can. So already, as two people say, established methods are there. Of course, the cost will come down when this more and more people will follow. So in fact, I also sometimes surprise these drugs which, like particularly valsartan and ranitidine, they prompt us to have this kind of impurities in 2018 and almost 8 years over. I think in 2026, EMA issued the specific guidance for the patient safety and clinical trial. So cost is always there, but apart from the cost is availability of the methods, that's still in the development stage, and moreover, more like how generic costs come down in India or global level, because when more and more things will come up, so that's where the cost will come down, and this cost will particularly implemented across the line. So example, like currently, if you look at impurities, we are talking about putting nitrosamine, only one component. But if you look at 15, 20 years, still there is a, I heard here and there, silicate impurities, formaldehyde impurities are there. But nitrosamine, because it's directly patient safety, many people got the gastric cancer, liver cancer, reported cases, and FDA also wake up. There are 1,400 recalls by the FDA, particularly for only this impurities. So your question to Pacific on this cost, so I hope day and day, when more and more sophisticated lab, analytical lab, AI applications in the analysis will come, cost will come down, and this cost will be across the line distributed at the manufacturing level, quality level, then comes on the clinical level, and even the product launch. So tomorrow, these impurities which you are talking about, it detected at the marketing level when the valsartan and ranitidine was in the market for many years. So now FDA has the clear guidance, even doctors say that risk-based approach. So all the clinical trials are now risk-based. So we'll identify the risk. That risk is across the line, patient risk, safety risk, and that risk we are categorizing different level, and accordingly we move forward how to identify it. And so coming back to your question, day by day, more and more this kind of guidance will come, labs will come, we'll start implementing, our cost will come down.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, as Dr. Rao also initially pointed out, it is an evolving, field, and as much, refinements we get, as many technologies we get, and more, with the more uptake that we get from the end users end as well, more refinements will be made. So, with only some time left, we now move on to the very last bit of this discussion. No more long answers for you guys. We are going on to one-liner answers. So I have 1 and 2 questions for each one of you, starting from Dr. Rao. So, sir, in 2030, will nitrosamides, according to you, will be a solved problem or a permanent fixture of quality control? What are your thoughts in very short? We will take this quick round.
I don't think so. It is a political. It is more of the patient safety.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Perfect. To Reddy, sir. Sir, which is the bigger disruptor for pharma R&D? Is it AI-driven discovery or genotoxic regulations, as per you?
As per genotoxic only. Genotoxic, but this is a cohort of concern where it is a more carcinogen effect. It is a part of ICS M7 only. It is when compared to genotoxic, this is a more conservative. Pressure safety is important. That's why it is related to genotoxic.
Can we please make sure there are no announcements while we're having the summit? Thank you. Having a closed space like this for the discussion also, there's pros and cons to these kind of things. You're closer to the exhibitors, but we are having these kind of challenges. Over to Aurora, sir. Sir, as for you, the future of clinical trials, will it be fully decentralized or will it be hybrid? What are your thoughts?
It would be hybrid.
Okay.
Decentralized will take some time in India.
Okay, perfect. To sir. So, sir, the biggest risk to the Indian pharma supply chain right now, is it geopolitics that we're seeing right now or the regulatory hurdles that we are facing?
Very political question, but I think geopolitical may not be, right? Moreover, regulatory, because again, as you rightly say, in anything, we are 4 people are sitting, we are always talking about US FDA and then EMA and then coming back to our Indian regulators. So always is regulatory, not geopolitical.
Perfect. So moving on to the very last segment, the 3-second gut reactions. I will be sharing one word for each panelist, and you would be sharing one word, whatever your gut reaction says is the response for that word. So starting from sir, patient centricity. Sir, any word that comes to your mind around this, you can just speak. It is a rapid fire kind of thing.
I think patient safety.
Okay, over to you. Generative R&D.
Sorry?
Generative R&D. AI-based generative R&D.
Generated R&D.
Okay. Any thoughts, any word that comes to you around this?
Just say it is a pretty preparation and characterization.
Okay. To Arora, sir. Decentralized.
Decentralized. Okay. I think site capability.
Okay. To you. Sustainability.
So only word I can say that, continuously working on the sustainability.
Okay. Continuous work. Sir, to you. No, to sir. Yeah. AI in pharma.
A challenge.
Okay. Over to you. Digitization in pharma.
It is helpful for the further developments.
Okay. To Arora, sir. Biosimilarity or you have two options or self-correction, whichever you pick.
Can I vote for AI and digitalize because that's
Yeah, sure.
I think faster drug discovery, cancer cure.
Okay.
That's our ambition also.
Over to you. Drug shortages.
I don't think so. We'll have the drug shortages.
No, not that. But any gut reaction that comes on.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, there is a
India is not facing.
there is no specific therapy shortage may be there,
Okay.
but there is
Not
no
overall.
drug shortage. Our life are expanding day by day, despite of having so many diseases.
When drug shortage is there, obviously guidelines.
Definitely. With that, we come down to the end of this very insightful discussion. I'd like to thank all our esteemed speakers, Dr. A.R.M. Rao, Chief Quality Officer of Aurobindo Pharma, Dr. Narasimha Reddy Bubuli, Principal Scientist for Aptoria Pharma Private Limited, Mr. Pavan Busari, Chief Executive Officer of A Biogenesis Clin Pharm Private Limited, and Dr. Sandeep Arora, Medical Director of AstraZeneca India. A huge round of applause for delivering the token of gratitude on behalf of Elets Technomedia. Thank you. Thank you for this amazing discussion. Thank you to all our panelists. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Rashmi Rajan Patra, independent consultant, to kindly come up on stage, support us with providing the token of gratitude to all our expert speakers. In the center, please, sir. In the center, please. Starting from Dr. A.R.M. Rao, Chief Quality Officer of Aurobindo Pharma. Can we have you both in the center, please, for the images? A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your insights and such a great discussion. To Dr. Narasimha Reddy Bubuli, Principal Scientist of Aptoria Pharma Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and your participation for this discussion. Can we have Mr. Anubhav Dwivedi, Vertical Lead for Healthcare and Pharma for Elets Technomedia, also on stage for giving the token of gratitude to our panel speakers, to Dr. Sandeep Arora, Medical Director of AstraZeneca India. Can we have you on? To Mr. Pavan Busari, Chief Executive Officer, A Biogenesis Clin Pharm Private Limited. A huge round of applause. Can we have a group photograph with Anubhav and with Dr. Rashmi, sir, as well? Sir, can we please have you also in the picture? Thank you so much for this insightful discussion. Thank you so much for our audience for patiently listening to us for the entire discussion as well. We now move on to our next panel discussion. I hope you are enjoying the session so far and getting a lot of insights on it. We move on to our next discussion now, in which we have 7 people joining us. Can we have the seats arranged accordingly? Can we have the Pharma Summit video in the meanwhile playing? Thank you so much, everybody. We now move on to our third panel discussion for the day, Pharma Manufacturing 4.0, Resilient, Smart, and Sustainable Operations, for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert speakers, starting from Mr. Parag Swadia, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Otsuka Pharmaceutical India Private Limited. A huge round of applause, sir. Please join us on stage. Mr. Srinivas Reddy YSR, who is the Head of IT for India Pharma Private Limited. A huge round of applause, sir. Please join us. Mr. Sridhar Surat, Associate Vice President, Pharma Operations, Indo Pharma. Sir, please join us on stage. Mr. Praveen Kumar Bheti, Vice President of IT, Biological E Limited. Sir, please join us. Mr. Ved Prakash Mishra, AGM for Production of Jodas Exporium Private Limited. Mr. Ram Kumar Isaki, who is the Chief Operating Officer of eHealth Sciences. So please join us. And moderating this very insightful discussion, we have Dr. Rashmi Rajan Patra, who is an independent consultant and a veteran in his field as well. A huge round of applause for all our panelists. Let us start with this discussion. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon to all, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. If you see, in last one decade, India has gone through a major transformation in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Earlier, we have a paper-based, labor-intensive, and manual operation. Now it has been changed to automated, digitalized, and the real-time monitoring of the process. Now, Pharma Manufacturing 4.0 has majorly three pillars. The first pillar is the resilient supply chain, because we have seen in the past COVID, and currently there is a geopolitical situation, West Asia war, how we could able to avoid supply chain disruption. It's very important so that we could able to send the product to the market, to the patient, and to the customer. The second one is the smart factory, where we'll have a more compliance, then real-time monitoring of the product, and also reducing the cost and more robust and more compliance. The last one is the sustainability operations. We discussed about sustainability. Amresh has also mentioned sustainability is very important because this is a commitment towards society. With the sustainability of the operations, we could able to reduce the waste, improve the yield, and also minimize the environmental footprint. That's very, very important for this. Now, we have a expert panels. They are the captain of the industries. Let us understand from each one of them how they view on their own perspective. They all have done digitalization transformation. They have already done the smart factory and the pharma manufacturing transformation. Now, my first question to Parag, who is basically a CEO and executive director of Otsuka Pharmaceutical, very highly respected individuals. Parag, if you see from the pharma factory, how you are looking at the pharma factory is coming to 2030, and as a senior leader, what strategic decisions you will be taking so that we could able to reach to the destination?
Thank you, Patraji, and namaste, all of you. According to me, when we say pharmaceutical manufacturing 4.0, is actually resembles to be quality 4.0. The centricity for the quality excellence is going to be a paramount and the centric force in the next phase of the growth of the pharmaceutical manufacturing. And when we say quality, I think the needle is now moving from quality inspections and quality control to the quality predictiveness. It is no more that orthodox quality control methods are going to survive. With the new age agentic AI coming into place and more automated, digitally transformed machineries, data linkages, and the real-time studies, I think this change is very, very likely in the 2030 in India. Having said so, I would say that the impact of the next generation change in 2030 will have a different impacts on each stage where the pharmaceutical manufacturer is in India, because we have many small scale manufacturers also. So the judicious way of decision making is to take an individualistic risk based approach rather than just thinking that automation will replace everything happening in around me. We have to take a very judicious approach for each segment of the pharmaceutical industry and the stage where the company is currently.
Well said by Parag and Srinivas. So we could able to implement the Pharma 4.0 in the manufacturing areas. What do you feel? What are the current roadblock? Is it an operation, technology, or cultural issues in India? Because we have seen in the past, companies are investing money, but there are some cultural issues are there. Companies are investing, but the technology is sometimes is not working. So what's your view in that as per your experience in the industry for more than 2 decades or 3 decades?
Thank you, Padraji. So, frankly speaking, I think we already moved ahead. Now we are in the era of Pharma 4.5, at least I should say, with the insertion of AI technologies. So, as far as roadblocks are concerned, I strongly believe there is a mixture because we cannot blame a single entity. So, as far as cultural aspect is concerned, still people believe that with the inclusion of automation, there will be a chance of job losses. So people still feel in that direction. And also skill availability and talent availability, that is another area. And there are still some sector of people where people still believe in the paper based, the comfort zone, I should say, right? And the cost of the technology is another blockade. And the next is, as far as operations are concerned, of course, the technology helps, but at the same time, there are challenges like cyber security, for example. So tomorrow, if a small incident happens, there could be a data loss. So these kind of fear factors are still exist, as though we are, advanced in the technology, but there are negative side also there. So there are typical technological roadblocks are there. And also, as far as manufacturing sector is concerned, the front level technology has upgraded. But if you see the back-end operations like, for example, Microsoft, still most of the equipments are still running with the legacy operating system models like Windows XP, Windows 7. So when it comes to the latest technologies, with the help of AI and all, so there is a compatibility issues. So there are technology blockades also there in the industry. And cultural blockades are also there, and operational, of course, with the advantage of inclusion of automation, obviously the productivity will increase, compliance will increase, yield improvement will happen, and the reduction of human-made errors are there. So overall, the compliance levels can be improved. But of course, as I said, these are the still existing blockades are still there. I think we need to deal with them over a period of time.
Very good perspective on the IT perspective and the cultural perspective. My next question to Mr. Ramkumar. API is always in the different stages rather than the formulation. So whatever the challenges you face for implementation of the pharma manufacturing 4.0?
Good afternoon all. So the Pharma 4, the vision is clear. We know where do we want to reach. But I see the challenges in the execution. I would put it in 5 points. The one is the legacy side, because we started way back 50 years back, pharmaceutical sites. All our sites are old, and it's basically a batch mode plans, and it's not, we can't digitally integrate right now, and retrofitting is very difficult, and also the cost also is high. That's the point number one. The point number two is we have a fragmented data. We have a lot of data available in silos. We have data in LIMS, we have data in DCS, we have data in QMS, and we have data in SAP. And we are not able to integrate all this. They're all working as a digital silos. So what I would say, it's we are data rich but poor insight. The third one is the regulatory environment, or GMP environment, the validation environment. It requires a rigorous validation. If I have to go for an AI-based automation, or a continuous manufacturing, or a real-time batch release, it requires a rigorous validation. That's one of the challenge. And the fourth one is the ROI. The digital investments are not very small. It's very significant. And most of the time, the tangible benefits are not straightforward. So making it a business case also, it's very difficult. So that's the fourth point. The fifth point is the capability gap as well. If you see across the process chemistry or a manufacturing from an IT point of view, the combined skill set is very low, as Mr. Reddy also mentioned about the skill set. So these five are, I see, the major challenges. And it's not a technology challenge, it's a integration, compliance, and mindset transformation challenge.
Well said. Always in API, we'll have always challenges. API process also always with challenges all the time in the pharmaceutical. The next question to Mr. Praveen. So what are the digital enablers? Okay, what are the digital enablers in the pharma industries where we need to invest so that company gets the right kind of the product to implement the pharma manufacturing 4.0?
By now, digitization is an imperative. It is not something fancy that we earlier used to think. But all our approaches so far, like Ram just mentioned, has been the silos that we have. We have the LIMS, we have the QMS, we have various individual processes, solutions, addressing point areas in the overall process. One is that we need to move what we currently have on the periphery, like the LIMS and the DMS and the QMS, more closer into the production. So embrace MES, embrace e-logbooks, and other such technologies. One is that. Second is introduce further automation in the manufacturing spaces by using technologies which are readily available, like the IoTs, which can also seamlessly integrate with these solutions so that there is no transliteration of the data. Again, we are not having a semi-automated hybrid system. So all these enablers will also help us to integrate the entire end-to-end process, where data across systems are shared in real time without having to rely on human intervention. This is very important. Otherwise, we are only looking at a point in time data point without having an overview of the entire landscape. So all these enablers, whether we are looking at IoTs in the production areas or furthering it from our preventive maintenance to proactive maintenance, and then further integrating with AI so that we can go to a prescriptive form of maintenance. So we are no more looking at preventive schedules or proactive schedules and all. We rely on data, we rely on the overall parameters to come up with a prescriptive maintenance, prescriptive production schedules, and also we have a lot of enablers. It is available in terms of technologies. We have a lot of solutions that we need to further look at, and like Srinivas mentioned, we are moved slightly beyond Pharma 4 to 4.5. Probably also need to look at going to Pharma 5, where we have all the systems talking to each other and getting a complete holistic picture of the plant rather than a point-in-time solution and point-in-time update.
Sridhar, I missed actually. The question is to Sridhar. Sridhar. So now we have a legacy systems, okay? We have a new facilities. We have a lot of shortcomings in the legacy systems. So tell me a case studies, just how you have implemented, integrated equipment, process, IT systems, maybe IT with OT, IoT, all those things. Can you tell us the success case studies which you have implemented based on the more than 2 decades of experience in the operation sites?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Regarding pharma industry, like everyone knows, it has been a traditional and like every speaker is saying siloed. And there has been a transformation which is happening in the pharma industry like any other industry. And this does not happen overnight. And it takes a lot of resources which are required. And for this, data is required. For AI, without data, AI is not there. So to develop this concept of AI or going forward in Pharma 4.0, we need some resources like ERP system, then the MES, then we should have the quality system, LIMS, and right from the warehouse, it is all a networking system. So even the warehouse management system has to be included. So, and interface each other. So now pharma industry has become not only a chemist part or a research part, and it has involved the IT person, the engineering person. Engineering person is doing most of the job now. So this is the transformation phase. I have been lucky or part to see this transformation. And you see, what we have to introduce. Earlier, we have a lot of logbooks, lot of manual writing, and there are a lot of deviations in the process because there are no controls basically, and nothing is logged. So now, to address this, we should have good manufacturing execution systems like the e-logs, e-BPCRs, then the data loggers, then the DAS systems. These are the things which take us the operations where you log the data. Then you have the other limbs coming in, then the sensors, the IoTs, where you actually log the data, and a lot of automation comes in here. Once the automation comes in, the case study, that is what I'm explaining. So once the automation comes in, the e-logs and other things are there, then the deviations happen less. And the failures in the system, in the batches, because pharma industry is mostly batch operation. So these failures are also addressed. So what is happening as a case study, when you introduce all this digitalization going forward 4.0, then the maintenance part also, like my co-panelist has mentioned, earlier it was preventive maintenance, then the proactive maintenance, then now it is a predictive maintenance. So these are the changes which are happening, and it is inevitable also for the pharma industry, for anyone. The auditors are also more comfortable with this. As a case study, what is happening with implementation of all this digitalization and going forward in this direction of automation, the failures, the execution of the batches, and there is overall operational efficiency of the equipment has also increased. If you see as per the case study also, it has been proved that almost 50 to 60% of the time is saved for the batch process and the batch release. So this is a very important and significant step which is happening in the industry. And going forward also, like other things which are the upskilling of your old employees, that is also a very important part. And the staff also, they reciprocate very fast, like not what we think. They are also adopting to the new skills, and because of the digitalization in every part of other life also, people are upgrading themselves. And overall, if you see, the improvement due to this has come up, improving the efficiency of the equipment, improving the efficiency of the process, the quality, And due to LIMS and other audit trials also, automated audit trials, this confidence in the auditors has increased tremendously. And the operator also is more comfortable and there are less deviations. And for him to give alarm at the right time, any process deviation is there, that is also happening. And one more thing, if there is a batch failure, there is any issue with the batch, then you go back to the data, whatever data you are logged in, and you take some time to interpret the data, put in some graphs and Excel sheets and other things and have meeting. So in this, with this AI tool, we can get the graphs immediately, and where are the excursions are there, the deviations are there, that those are also highlighted. And this is a very good case study. I should say one thing about it. The failures are reduced. Recently, I asked, because of all this automation and data logging, and the operator alertness also increases. And I asked them, any failures are there or failure rate has decreased? And I was very surprised to hear that there were no failures since last 1 year or so. So this is a very good example of this. And going forward, there are challenges like other panelists have told, like the cost and other things. There's a iron triangle behind this, you have the speed, the quality, and the cost. So these all things we have to address before going forward in this direction. Thank you.
Sridhar, you have nicely narrated the things. Initially, workforce, they will have a resistance to make a change, because digital is a transformation. As you mentioned, there is a transformation in the pharmaceutical industries, actually. So it's very well said, very well done, what you have implemented, the case studies. Now, Ved Prakash, so how do you drive sustainable pharmaceutical manufacturing through Pharma 4.0?
Yeah, thank you, Batra sir, to be given this opportunity to introduce this sustainability process in the pharma sectors. So basically, we need to understand what is the Pharma 4.0. Pharma 4.0 is the one of the transformation from the traditional manufacturing practices to the smart manufacturing practices. So basically, when we are going to the smart manufacturing practices, then we are taking some digitalizations, some automizations, those who are giving the good opportunity to improve our productivity, to our quality. So basically, sustainability depends on the three pillars. First one is the environmental sustainability. Second one is the economical sustainability. And third one is the basic things like social sustainability. So I am going to the first, environmental sustainability. In pharma sectors, we are using a lot of utilities for the manufacturing of products, and safely we are producing the products and medicines. So whatever the utility we are using in the pharma sectors, so if we are going for the digitalizations, so that digitalizations give to the authority to any kinds of spillage, any kinds of, suppose I like to say that any kinds of to uh, to increase our utility enhancement, or to reduce our utility harassments. So if we are going for the digitalization, so they will proactively, they have given the alarms. So where we are lacking, where we are spillage of the utility, or where you are leakage of the utility. So these kinds of process, if you are following, then our basically our production process is also sustainable. Second part is going for the economical stability. So economical stability is only depends on the, means how can we improve the our yield, how can we improve our basic things, means our productivity, how can improve our quality. So for the yield improvement, when we are going for the digitalizations, so suppose I am giving one example. I am handling the sterile plant. So in a sterile plant, when we are filling the vials, that vials going for the stoppering. So if means in traditional practices, what happen? Basically, that vials are going to reject if stoppering not done. But now in Pharma 4.0, we have a digitalization process. So in this process, when we are not stoppered that vials, so automatically we have a robotic system. Those vials taken from outside of the stopping and then again feed in the infeed without intervention of the any man or any kinds of contaminations. So we have saved our product. We have produced our product very safely. So we'll give the one kinds of sustainability to our organizations. So sustainability not only a optional things. Sustainability is the one mandatory things for us. Because if we want to sustain in the market, in our organizations, so we need to improve our quality. We need to improve our productivity. So, and what about the third things? That is the social sustainability. In social sustainability, basically, what kinds of assurance given to our regulatory agencies, what kinds of compliance given to our plant stability, and what kinds of basic confidence given to our customer, to our patients. Because we are producing medicines. So when we are producing the medicines, we will ensure that the medicine is very safe without any contaminations. So in social market, when we are going for the Pharma 4.0, so in Pharma 4.0, we are synchronizing the basically in pharma sectors, we are using lot of equipments. So that equipments need to synchronize to each other and create whatever the data we are creating. That data will be basically digitalized form. So we will ensure that that is the error free. One is the things, if any regulators come to our organizations and he wants to see our process, so we can give the assurance because we have real-time data. So that real-time data we can show him that this is our process, how we are manufacture the product. And about the machineries, when we are synchronizing the machineries, so they are giving the auto-generated data, and that I am giving one example to the MES and SCADA systems. Also, we are using in the pharma sectors. So basically, MES and SCADA, what they are doing means that system is giving the authority of our compliance. So basically, compliance part, we are generating the data and we collect in one platform. If anyone wants to see, so we'll give our authority, we'll immediately we will give the data to the regulators, and they will get the confidence of our organizations sustainability. So basically these all are the points. So I'm concluding this my sustainability words. This is not a only optional, this is a mandatory for the pharma sectors. Thank you, sir.
Parag, coming back to the looking ahead, then we have made the leadership commitment. We won't be able to implement anything without the commitment of the leaders. That is lacking in India currently. You may say it's not on the top companies, but invariably it has been lacking. So what is the commitment of leadership for implementation of the pharma manufacturing 4.0? And once the leadership is committed, how you could able to percolate the different levels? We have a general manager, executives, because whatever the commitment of the leadership, how you could able to percolate to the across the organization. That's number one. Number two, always change is a biggest problem in across pharmaceutical industries, not every industries. How, if you have come across such type of change, how you dealt the change management to implement the industry 4.0?
I think very big expanded question you asked, Patraji. I'll try to answer crisp. Just one example you take, Pharma 4.0 manufacturing. We talked about scalability so far, but now in the Pharma 4.0, there is a possibility in the gene therapy where there is a one batch having only one unit of production, because it is so personalized and specific that it is only for one patient. That kind of flexibility and adaptability we have to imbibe in our processes. So I would like to give you a 3E model is like embrace, educate, and then enforce. You, as a leader, CEO, should think like a chief emotional officer rather than a chief executive officer. COO, talk like chief opportunity officer. And CFO is a chief facilitating officer. My point is, the next level change requires a paradigm shift from our orthodox decision-making processes. Too much, silos way of working in India, as Sir said. We have several issues in terms of the structure of the company, where the manufacturing, quality, IT, and the technical centers, they do not work in tandem. They have their own priorities. This must undergo a massive change in terms of the next level change we want to see, and we want to hail the change. They have to work without any disruptions or kind of pointing out each other's errors. Having said so, this will come not only by doing the structural changes, just bringing new technology, buy some new automatic machines, but it will require upskilling of the workforce that we have, right from the operator level people who are working since long on the same processes. They need to undergo a kind of upskilling, and the solution will come only from there. There is no magic stick that will bring any solution to the upcoming Pharma 4.0 challenges that we have.
It's very well narrated. Srinivas, what is the current level of maturity in the Pharma 4.0 among the industries? We have 8,000 companies are there. You know, recently what we have seen, the 2,000 companies are not doing the minimum GMP. Now let us talk about the Pharma 4.0. So as per your experience working in the different bigger companies and all those organizations, what is the current maturity level of Pharma 4.0 across the industries in India, as per your opinion?
So I can summarize my last 32 years of pharma journey. So as far as maturity is concerned, again, I don't want to blame anybody. So everybody have their own priorities and the budgets. So what I perceive this maturity model is, there are three types of people. The one is the risk takers, the front runners. So they love to take the risks, and the moment, say for example, AI. So in our company, I can say in Hyderabad, I'm proud to say we are the front runner to implement AI. So today, all our batch records are, within minutes, my batch record is getting reviewed. Earlier, we used to we used to take one batch record, which consists of almost 300 to 700 pages, whether it is live or, other batches. So it used to take around 3 people for 2 days, and today, 0 people, and we are able to finish the batch record review in hardly 12 to 13 minutes. With complete precision, I can say. So there are people who takes a risk. I can say risk takers and front runners like us, and there are the benefits out of it. And the second is, the second group of people, I can say, chasers, means they will say they are ready to take, but they look into a fault finding mechanism. They always say, okay, I can implement it, but what happens if that happens, or what happens if this happens? So they do kind of a compliance chaser. Eventually they will not implement it, but they show the interest to implement it. And the third category, what I perceive with my experience is, wait and see. Let the entire industry implement, let's see the novelty of the product, and then baad mein dekhenge. This kind of mindset, right? So if I say, we have to be very, very positive on that. Of course, wait and see is always good, because sometimes we should not become a guinea pig. I know, because every coin has two faces, so the technology also will have both advantages and disadvantages. So if I am a positive side, obviously we should see from a productivity point of view, because if you see the last at least 3 to 4 years of audit trends, whether it is MHRA or USFDA or TG or anybody at that matter, they started looking into the technology, they started looking into the data. Earlier they used to see what is your SOP, what your procedure says, what you practice, what is your facility, and how
your facility, what quality you are maintaining while manufacturing the batches and all. But today, if you see, the most of the audits are, most of the time they are ending with or starting with IT, and they're spending with IT. I mean, they want to see what is your audit trail and what is the safety of your audit trail, or what is the frequency of your the review mechanism, or how protection of control of the data protections you are having it. So most of the audit, I mean, I can say 80% of the audit time, what with my experience I say, they are revolving around the data and the compliance out of it. I mean, if that matter, if you see whether it is 21 CFR Part 11 or Annex 11, so all these, most of the parameters, if you see, they are talking about the data, in and around of the data. So if I see, as far as the maturity is concerned, I am very fortunate, as other, other groups also mentioned. So we are very, very advanced on the adopting of the technologies. So I think we are in a great shape.
Very well said, actually. Ram Kumar, for the next questions. Now, we talked about how in formulation, the sustainable manufacturing. So now evolving from the chemical to the green chemistry in the API sites. So by implementation of the green chemistry, how you will sustain manufacturing of API industries, and what's your view implementation of industry or pharma 4.0?
Yeah, see, now the major shift is happening in API manufacturing by combining both green chemistry as well as the pharma 4.0. Now, traditionally, if you look at API manufacturing, it's highly energy intensive. If you see, the resources utilization is very high, the solvent usage is very high, the waste generation is very high, the energy consumption also is very high. No, the sustainability comes in with the green chemistry. The green chemistry addresses the process by design, so it improves the atom economy, and it also optimizes the route of synthesis, and it also reduces the hazardous input, or it reduces the waste generation. That's how the green chemistry comes into picture. But green chemistry alone will not be sufficient. Now, the Pharma 4.4 enables the green chemistry to execute at scale. Now, if I look at the API manufacturing, suppose assume we have an automation. So what happens, even though if I implement a green chemistry, if I am able to make it as an automated environment, my batch consistency will be better, the yields will be improved, and also we can reduce the manufacturing cost. For example, I can get into a golden batch data and use the data analytics to consistently improve the yield, so that I reduce the waste. So that's the benefit of Pharma 4.0. And also we have a digital twins which helps the rapid scale up and the continuous manufacturing. Instead of getting into a batch process, getting into continuous extraction, go for a continuous drying. This really helps the Pharma 4.0, which is combined with the green chemistry. What I would put it is like the green chemistry helps the process by design, and Pharma 4.0 will make it sustainable at scale. That's how I look at it.
The next question to Sridhar. So we are implementing so many things actually. Now, what about the upskilling of the people? Every company is now in the last panel discussion, we talk about the skill. We have a legacy people who have joined 10 years ago, 20 years ago. They will have education background of 10th. Then we have people, we are taking ITIs and the +2. So with the implementation of pharma manufacturing 4.0, how you will upskill the talent to what you have, and what strategy you have taken to do the upskilling and you become successful?
Right. See, first of all, I would like to tell this, whatever technology improvement we do in our industry, it has to be top driven. And once it is done, then you don't just plan some technology improvement or something without having a flow or a process for that. So when you start planning something, then obviously these what are the challenges we have to address that we have to see. And one of the challenges, like you pointed out, it will be like upskilling your already employed old employees. Then the new generation coming in, they adopt to these new skills very easily. And we have, being in a pharma industry in a regulated market, we have those training modules, and like each area, each technician or operator who is working on the equipment, basically now also he is doing some technical job where he operates manually. And this automation related, also the same staff who have been working manually earlier, they start working with this, with the training. It's a basic training which we give them. And there are technical classes, and with this we can upgrade the existing employees. And later on, the other people who you recruit based on your present requirement, like the IT people or the instrumentation persons, these are the things which, it's a transformation. So all kind of talent should be there, and it is not very difficult to adopt to new things because it is happening, and it is the same people who are doing it. Like you said, there are more trainings need to be required. It is more of a technical thing which people adopt easily because they are working day in and day out with the same equipment in the same environment. So this is how it is done. And there is a cost added to this. Like sometimes you require additional training, or you need some annual contracts for the training. And these things also add up to this. But I see a very good positive approach, both with the people who are working and the challenges which are being faced. Even the management or the staff, everyone is adopting well. That is what I said. It is basically training, sir.
Yeah, I mean, since we are talking about, upskilling or training, right? I mean, I have one solution from my department, technology. So earlier organization, of course, in current organization, we are just planning for it. There is a technology called virtual reality. So with the help of virtual reality, we were able to give very, very effective training to every employee, for that matter, any subject. I mean, say, for example, if I want to give a training on my XRD, or my HPLC for that, or my UV or IR, right? So at zero cost, because there is a cost only for the implementation, but after that, when the employee get into the zone, right, he can open the entire XRD at zero cost to the organization, because the moment he is get out of that area, there is nothing, right? So there are technologies available where we can reduce the cost of the training and increase the effectiveness of the training. Thank you.
Praveen, we are talking about AI and AOT. These are all considered as enablers or the fundamentals of the digitalization. What is your view on that?
I think we are still considering these as enablers. We're still not at a point where we want to call them as right center. That we have to have. As I started my last question also, I said that digitization is no more good to have, nice to have. And moving on that, we have come to a point where digitalization, data silos, so on and so forth, they all exist in the industry. We have come from paper-based things till here using a combination of various processes, solutions and all. But what has got us here, the basic digitization will not take us much further. We will hit a plateau with our current approaches. So unless we thoroughly, totally embrace new things like IoT or AI, digital twins, VR, AR, which are all as of now considered enablers. And like Srinivas added to what Sridhar was saying, that there are technology solutions which can be used at in a very effective way. Yeah, they do cost, but there is an initial cost, but then the operational cost over a long period pays for it. So you have technologies which can help people become enabled to use new technologies. So we need to now start considering these no more as enablers, but as tools we need to have in our repertoire, tools we need to have in our arsenal, if you want to call it, and use them effectively to further improve our productivity, quality, throughput, whatever the parameter is, and eventually the business growth. So it's a change in mindset that we need to have, and rather than be the follow-ons or the wait and watch category, we need to move on and be the first movers in this space.
Okay, Ved Prakash, what are the challenges you face while implementing Industry 4.0 or the pharma manufacturing 4.0?
Basically, sir, we are facing the challenges related to the synchronization of our machineries, because each and every organizations having multiple equipments. Some of equipments we have old equipments, and some of the new equipments. So when we are going to the implement of the Pharma 4.0, so basically to the synchronization of our systems, to the synchronization of our people, because one part of the main things, one part of the challenges, those who are skilling of the peoples, because we are trying to implement all the things in the pharma sectors, digitalizations, automizations, but we are not worried about the people skilling, because if you don't have the skilled people, so we are facing the issues related to our productivity, related to our quality. Definitely we are facing the challenges from the regulatory authority. Now multiple means many organizations facing like data integrity issues. So this is one of the data integrity. Why happen? Because of the unskilled manpower. If manpower is skilled, then definitely will get the good quality product and good quality of the compliance. Apart from this, basically one of the main constant related to the cyber security, because this is the confidential data. So whatever the confidential data we have generated for our organizations, and if we have not secure properly, then it may be leaked, and that will get more challenging for us, for any organizations. So basically, we need to fourth, the basic things is the cost, because when we are going to implement the systems for any kinds of pharma, as for pharma 4.0, so cost is involved. So if we are going for the investment of the some cost, so we need to evaluate all the things, whatever the means, what is our requirement, where we are, and how we are going to implement. First we need to evaluate, then we go for the implementations, because without evaluation, if you are going, then definitely we got stuck. So from my side, first we need to take the persons, means what we are recruiting process. So we need to just combine skills like means computer science and our process operations also. So that persons are combined skilled. So they are maintaining our process operation process, as well as digitalizations, whatever we are going to maintain. So this is all about from my side, sir.
So it is not a question. I'll just talk about my view, actually. I just wanted, if anybody wants to talk, or maybe 20 seconds from each. I encourage that we should think beyond technology. My opinion, there are three things, three mantras of mine, very important. If you have any thoughts, you can express. Culture, people, and collaboration. These are the three another enabler to make a successful transformation journey. Anything from your side? I know you talked about leadership, you talked about cultural change. If anything, just 20 seconds.
Quickly, I have seen many factories and across the world so far, and the biggest lacking area in India is that our P in the PDCA cycle is very small and very blur. The PDCA means plan, do, check, act. This is a management cycle. Everybody talks about it, right? Evaluate, then do, check, and act. We are so agile. Our D and C are so good. We are really good problem fixer, troubleshooters. But the P, we are not good. We need to first improve the P, make it larger, more emphatic, and then speed up the PDCA cycle in order to achieve the globalized benchmarking in the Pharma 4.0.
Okay. Yeah. Other than three, what you mentioned, the fourth one, what I would like to add is optimization. Because if we want to succeed, obviously, we should think in an optimized way rather than making it complex, whether it is SOP or a process or an activity, So if we think in that direction, definitely we can succeed.
See, my summary is right now the API industry is in a crossroad. Whoever is going to implement the green chemistry and Pharma 4.4 is going to lead. Whoever is not going to implement, they will struggle and they will find it difficult to stay relevant.
Yeah, my opinion on this is like there is always resistance to change. That is the basic culture problem, what we call actually. So when the basic resistance will come for anything like anything new you want to adopt some technique or some even some procedure also. So there's a resistance always there. So first thing is to understand and make them understand what is the advantage of this and what is the benefit either the individual or the organization is getting from this change. So this will help the person to understand, and it is a slow process only. The person will not change immediately, like due to our culture or some other adopting new techniques, not being very innovative. So it will take some time, but the concept has to be drilled to the person who is using it for his advantage and to the company's advantage. So that will change the way things are being done.
See, I believe it's our mindset of treating technology as a competitor, as I might lose a job or something else may happen. So I think we need to embrace technology as a collaborator, as an enabler, as something which will help me do more, do better, achieve higher results, rather than think of technology as a competitor. So embrace technology. It's going to be helpful to you. Basically, sir, whatever we want to going to change. So first we need to change our mindset. If we have a good mindset, we have a good proposal. So we'll develop a good culture inside the company, and definitely we'll got the change in the process also. So this is all about.
We have 4 minutes. Any questions from audience to our panel members? They have a lot of experience. So we'll take 2 questions because we have 4 minutes left. Can you give the mic? And what's your name? And the question to any person, particular person, or anybody can answer also, you have to mention.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Azhar Rabbani. I come from Precise AI Solutions. We provide AI machine learning solutions. My question is, in today's, let's say, healthcare as a general, how do you see application-wise or the deployment-wise or coming to the initial stage, AI machine learning, where do you stand with overall, like you see, everybody is talking about AI ML, but in pharma or healthcare, where do you see what stage we are? Are we on the initial stage, or we are on the execution stage, or already deployed? Please, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as I already told, there are companies who are front runners, risk takers. I mean, I'm proud I am into that area now. So I will give you one example we recently implemented. We have 2 types of systems, paper-based and electronic-based. So as far as electronic-based system is concerned, what my system do is the moment employee is trying to log into the system, the first system checks into my attendance whether he is physically present or not, because we have a biometric. So there is no question of swiping somebody's card. So the system ensures that person is physically present, then it allows you to log in. So that's the level of confidence on the compliance we are trying to build. And the second is a paper-based. So when the batch record is completed, the person is signing on each page or end of the section, right? So what my AI tool do is, the moment we upload the scanned copy, system captures the image of that signature. And since we have a database of all specimen signatures, so it verifies whether the signature belongs to which employee. Then take that employee number and it goes to the attendance data, whether this person is physically came in or not. Then it checks whether this signature is genuine or forged. So this kind of advancements are already there in the industry. There are people who are risk takers and front runners ready to implement and enjoy that fruit. To that answer to your question, I can say we are in a moderate state. I will not say we are advanced, because there are areas where automobile industry and all, they are really in advanced mode. But as far as pharma is concerned, since we are highly regulated and we have a lot of SOPs and regulations to satisfy before we really look into the technology or taste the technology, but we are not lagging or we are not behind the game. So we are in the moderate state. I mean, very positive.
Just to add, I'm basically from a CRDMO background. A lot of use cases are there in AI in drug discovery. So which we are seeing, we are putting into use, and we see a lot of benefits in terms of timings. We can reduce a lot of time in terms of drug screening, hit identifications, and also there are a lot of use cases are there in drug discovery.
Just to add on to, I think we are in a journey. Some of us are ahead and some of us are still getting onto the journey. In diagnostic space, what I know, there's more usage of AI than in the manufacturing, relatively, just comparing the two sides of the pharma industry. But diagnostics is probably using it much more than what we use in manufacturing. But nonetheless, manufacturing, there are a lot of prototypes that we are running. Few we have rolled out. Now we are looking at the core quality and manufacturing area where we can. Because again, any new thing comes more on the periphery first, then goes deeper into the main core areas. So we are on a journey.
We can take only one question, the last question. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parvinder. I come from semiconductor background. So, and it's a very interesting discussions we had on digitalizations and this thing. So we have discussed what the team has been doing on the factory level too, but then on an end supply node, are we also trying to implement something on a digitalization for the supply chain tracking, track and trace, authentications? Are there any use cases, or maybe if the panel can share their lived experience on that, please?
Yeah, definitely I can say, because I have very beautiful examples with me. Say, for example, when you say packing, for example, let's start, because the supply chain starts from packing, right? Or pelletization or containerization, right? So, of course, earlier organization, we have implemented a solution, which is a typically AI based. You just need to input, how many pellets you have, what is the height, and the width of it. System automatically calculates and saying, what is the best method of inserting all these pellets into a container to maximize the utilization of the container as well as reduce the cost of the transportation. So that's one area where we are effectively using the technology. And the second is, when the container is moving, obviously we have a GPS based tracking system where we know where it is got stuck. So those kind of areas are there, and at the same time we know there is a transportation study where we need to ensure that the temperature is controlled. So if there are any excursions for some reason, so it creates some kind of alerts, and also that whatever the drug we are transporting, it is under the same conditions it is affecting. So that area is also there. And when it comes to the supply chain, so we have a MRP system in place where system automatically knows that what is the fast moving goods and slow moving goods, and what is the reorder level and all. So it also helps my SEM guys to ensure that we have a optimal level of stock is in place, and where to place the order and to whom, and who is the effective way of finding the best vendor in terms of economics and other areas. So that area the technology is helping. So answer your question, I think the entire supply chain, including your blockchain, that's a different subject again. Yeah. So there are helping hands are there in entire chain.
To add what Srinivas has told, we could able to track till the patient level. It's not on the customer level. You can track till the patient level. So thank you very much. Conclusion, the pharma 4.0 is not an option. It's the future of pharmaceutical industries. So thank you very much, panelists, for your valuable insights. And thank you, audience, to be a part of the important discussion. Once again, thank you very much for my panelists doing a very wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists and our expert moderator. Can we have Mr. Anubhav Dwivedi, Vertical Lead for Healthcare and Pharma from Elets Technomedia, join us on stage for giving the token of gratitude to our expert speakers. In the center, please. Starting from Mr. Parag Swadia, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Otsuka Pharmaceutical India Private Limited. A huge round of applause. Mr. Srinivas Reddy, YSR, Head of IT, India Pharma Private Limited. Mr. Sridhar Surat, Associate Vice President, Pharma Operations, Aurobindo Pharma. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. Praveen Kumar Baheti, Vice President of IT for Biological E Limited. Mr. Ved Prakash Mishra, AGM for Production at Jodus Expoem Private Limited. Mr. Ram Kumar Isaki, Chief Operating Officer of PI Health Sciences. And our expert moderator, Dr. Rashmi Ranjan Patra, is an independent consultant and a veteran in this field. Thank you so much, sir, for your expert moderation and your insights. Can we have a group panel picture, please, with the mementos? With that, we now break out for a break, a 50-minute break, and we will be resuming our sessions from 3 p.m. onwards. Requesting everybody to please join us back 5 minutes before 3 so that we can start with a long lineup of different panel discussions that are scheduled for the evening. We have panel discussion 4 on startups powering the next wave of pharma and biotech innovation. And we have the panel 5 on biosimilars and biologics, India's global opportunity, which you definitely do not want to miss. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us back after the break. We will be starting with our next panel discussion. I request you all to please, who are outside, to please join us back, resume your seats so that we can start with our next session. We will be starting with our next session. I request everybody outside to please join us back and resume your seats so that we can start with the post-break sessions. We have 2 panel discussions lined up, after which we will be breaking off for a tea and networking break. I hope you are enjoying the exhibitions in Hall 3 and Hall 1. We have a huge array of exhibitors from all across healthcare, life sciences, pharma, technology, and allied health for areas who have showcased their innovations and their products here for you all. And I hope you're having a good time. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back so that we can start with our following discussions. Requesting all our visitors, attendees to please join us and be seated, resume your seats so that we can start with our next session. Four. पांच रहेंगी यही कर दो Thank you so much. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. Let us resume our program. We will be having 2 more panel discussions on very interesting topics for day 1, all around pharma and life sciences industry. Requesting everybody outside to please join us, be seated. Let us start with our next panel discussion. Our next panel discussion is on the topic of startups powering the next wave of pharma and biotech innovations, for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert panelist for this session, starting from Dr. Anand Govindulri, who is the chairman of Govind Holdings. Welcome, sir. Please join us on stage. Thank you for joining. Mr. Satish Kumar Verapanu, who is the founder and CEO of Clinoxy Solutions. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Please join us. Dr. Subramaniam Vangala, who is the CEO and founder of REH Biosciences Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Dr. Ratnakar Palakodetti, who is the president of InnoMinds. Thank you so much for joining, sir. And our expert moderator for this session, Dr. Shalu Kasliwal, who is the founder and managing director for ClinForce Clinical Science Private Limited. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Shalu. Over to you.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session, what I believe to be one of the most energizing session, especially post-lunch time. So I'll make sure that everyone keep you awake during this session. So as said by Louis Pasteur, science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity. I'm feeling proud to say that today India's biotech and health tech ecosystem is no longer just catching up, it's beginning to lead. We have around 6,000 biotech startups today, a growing network of world-class incubators, and increasing appetite from global pharma to co-innovate right here. But innovation alone doesn't change his life. It has to scale up. It has to become a therapy on shelf, a diagnostic in a clinic, or a drug rolled out across a supply chain that actually works. So that's exactly what we are going to cover today in this panel discussion. The full journey from drug discovery to commercial reality. We will explore how startups are powering the next wave of pharma and biotech innovation, how venture capitalists are employing capital with strategic intent, and how academia and pharma partnerships are turning research into result. So I'm joined here by 4 experts who living this life every day, and they will put more insight during our discussion. So let's start. Thanks for giving me opportunity to facilitate this panel, and I welcome all of you on this table. So like as our topic belongs to startup, and I assume for startup we should have a I'll just relate my speech with Hindu mythology. We should have a Lakshmi, we should have Saraswati, and we should have a lot of goddess God, goddess who can actually put energy to our work. And I believe we have people who can resonate the need of this hour, and they can further put more light on it. So I would start my session with Dr. Anand, who is a venture capitalist, and he can put more light how this innovator, the startups should sustain. So Dr. Anand, my question to you, when you look at the biotech or health tech startup in India, especially in India today, what does a fundable company actually looks like beyond the science? So I assume everyone is taking care of science and then they're putting some innovative solution. But from a capitalist point of view, what exactly the important point you would like to consider? And what signals tell you this team can go to the distance? Over to you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I thank Elets. I thank my dear friend, Dr. Ravi Gupta ji, and for giving me this opportunity to be in this august audience. Thank you, Dr. Shalu, for that wonderful question. I've been in the business of startups for the past 25 years, having invested in more than 70 companies across the globe, predominantly in biomedical companies and pharmaceutical companies. Most of my experience has been abroad, looking at investment opportunities out of the US and Europe, including Singapore, where I'm based. But over the past 10 years, I've been looking at Indian market and invested in both large as well as small companies. And one thing that really strikes me about India in the startup space is their ability to think big. The founders, despite the limiting conditions and the challenges and the ecosystem, I find the founders extremely agile, extremely powerful in terms of ambition, and also their ability to think in a visionary style. And that to me really impresses me about the future potential of India. And when we talk about India, obviously everyone talks about the amount of talent power that India has produced. And it will continue to produce both in the pharmaceutical world as well as in the biotech world. In addition to the visionary thinking, what really differentiates a successful company from a not so successful company is their ability to get access to a partner or a customer. And I think for me, getting a customer or a partner at an early stage is a very big validation for a venture capitalist. Let me give you a few examples. If you are a drug discovery company at an early stage, say a preclinical stage company, you could be having a pipeline of molecules. What you could do is that you could probably look at licensing or out licensing one of your molecules, which is not so core to you, but basically addresses a fundamental need, that is cash flows. Because for startups to survive and startups to succeed, they need access to cash flows. And so for the cash flows to come in, out licensing a molecule or partnering with a customer, partnering with a same size pharma company or a big size pharma company plays an important role. And mind you, these pharmaceutical companies will come and partner with you only when you have access to disruptive science. And for disruptive science, your connections with the academia, your connections with the industry has to be extremely important. Your focus will have to be on strong intellectual property, strong patent portfolio. And so the vision in terms of building a global scalable company is what I look for. Many a times I tell the Indian founders that your solution doesn't just belong to India, it belongs to the globe. And I think when I say that, what it means is that the vision, the market size, the problem that you're trying to solve has to be as big as possible. Now, why is that important? That becomes important because eventually investors look for exit strategy. And for an exit to happen, usually most of the times, it's through mergers and acquisitions and less of IPO, especially in the Indian context. The IPO market is still evolving when it comes to biotechnology, medtech industry. In the pharmaceutical industry is quite mature. But in the startup world, having our own startup exchange on the National Stock Exchange is something which will definitely do a lot of good things for the startup companies going forward. But till then, mergers and acquisitions, joint ventures could be probably one big step towards creating exit and unlocking the value for all the shareholders. So these are some of the points that I look forward for before I look at investing in a particular startup. Thank you.
Thanks for giving the such important perspective, and like that will help a lot of startups who are there today to grow in their vision as well as future. Thank you very much. My next question goes to Satish, who is founder of Clinoxy Solution. Satish, you are active in a lot of trainings and solutions. So how can a startup bridge gap between academic learning and industry requirements to build a future-ready workforce?
Yeah, thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And my special thanks to my guru and Dr. Ajay sir. In front of him, I'm speaking. I can say it's honored me to speak from this dais with big delegates and all. So myself, Satish, holding 11+ years work experience into clinical research, pharmacovigilance, medical devices, and regulatory writing. So I started my entrepreneur journey in 2022 by starting a training academy in Hyderabad. So we are providing skilled manpower to the organizations for clinical operations management and medical writing and scientific writing. So here, once comes about college level and university level, always students and the faculty, they are focusing on only bookish knowledge. So that is what lag at in educational system, especially in India. Since 2022, I traveled many colleges. I given 320 seminars, workshops, and conferences. So I didn't get a single candidate who is having greater awareness towards the opportunity, what exactly they want to do after completing their B.Pharm, M.Pharm, PharmD, or macrobiology, or biotechnology, or anything. So at college level, student always thinking about their bookish knowledge. They always targeting 99 marks out of 100. So that is what identified that lack in 2019, as I came from farmer background. My father is a farmer. At that time, I don't have that much of facilitate to all these things. So I want to do something to the good to the pharmacy profession in India. So that is the only reason I started Clinox in 2022. So till date, we empowered more than 1,20,000 pharmacy graduates in India and covered all the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 studies across the India. So here, I just personally identified that if we inculcate the ecosystem in between the industry and the academia and the training partners to the student and the faculty. So by that, we can increase their skill capability. We can make them ready for the direct opportunity. By that, we can leverage the learning curve from the companies, and we make a student confident, and they're directly ready for the opportunities, and we can make them into the production line. So yes, yeah. Great.
That's really nice to give the overall scenario today, and taking care of academics, which will be really helpful when we see in industry, like freshers are joining and
Yes.
they're clueless what to do next, despite of having qualification with them. So I think they will start their career from a few steps ahead if they will have such kind of training platform available. So thank you very much. My next question is to Dr. Subramaniam. So questions to you. In the biotech space, how the startups are accelerating innovation in drug discovery, especially taking example of human development and development pipelines. Can you put some light on these topics?
Yeah, as you all know that India is a API manufacturing farmer. If you look at it, many of them attempted some drug discovery, but still even they couldn't reach the milestones to make billion-dollar drugs into the market. So we have too much of manufacturing emphasis and very little emphasis on early drug discovery pipelines in the biotechnology. Of course, there are so many startups are coming. Most of the startups come, stay there 3 to 4 years, maybe 5 years. No funding is available for them to scale it up to the higher level. I think that is where the gap is. How do you scale up the technology that you develop? And for that, VCs must come forward. Even pharma companies need to come forward. The reason is because if the pharma companies are focused on manufacturing, if they invest into small startups, and it'll take them miles and miles ahead of their goals. So startup companies cannot take it from start to finish. They need a hand to pull them in, and more investments from VCs and pharma companies need to come forward. Otherwise, startups are startups. As you said, there are 6,000 startups in India. It doesn't mean that all of them are getting to scale up. A lot of them are closing the business because they can't go anywhere after the product is there, but nobody is there to invest into their product to scale it up. So that is where the gap is, and we need to look into that very hard.
So are you suggesting, like, as a startup, like, especially who is in drug discovery and such forums, so they should look for any bigger pharma company to handhold them or something like that?
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the ecosystem in the US, right? All pharma companies, we take J&J, Merck, Pfizer, they have something called external innovation program. They go to about 20 companies or 20 academics. They put in $200,000 to $500,000 a year. Every year they do it. And out of the 20 companies, 1 or 2 companies actually mature into a scale-up level, and they acquire that company. And they have a milestone program at that stage and say, hey, if this product reaches to the market, you'll get $600 million in total milestone payments. That kind of a ecosystem need to be created in India by pharma companies itself. External innovation programs by Sun Pharma, Reddy Labs, and everybody has to get into it and support the startups. I mean, government funding is not enough. I mean, they give only 50 lakhs to 1 crore maximum. Okay, man, The problem is that the government also doesn't have that kind of money to give crores and crores to develop into scale up.
So that's where Dr. Anand plays an important role.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
I totally agree with what my colleague, Dr. Subramaniam Garu has mentioned. One of the key reasons for success in an ecosystem is the academia partnering with the industry and the industry partnering with academia. So let me give you an example what I did in Singapore. In Singapore, we often went to the industry and asked them what are the problem statements that they are facing. And then we got in a bunch of scientists from the academia and asked the academia to solve those problems. So many a times that could actually work. And then once the industry saw that the academia was solving those problems, then they started paying the academia, started engaging the academia. That kind of a healthy relationship between academia and industry is missing in India. How many universities you find in India where you have a Pfizer or you have a Dr. Reddy's or you have a Merck having one floor space in Indian academia? Not a single academic institution has that kind of a partnership. But if you go into Boston area in Massachusetts, it's quite common to see academia and the industry having floor spaces being shared. That's all I wanted to share that point of view. Yes.
Absolutely, very, very valid point. I don't want to be politically incorrect, but at the same time, I'll mention what is happening. If the academics start competing with the startups, that's never going to work. So that competition should be avoided. Academics should focus on the basic research. They should not focus on the applied research to take the product in the market. Startups should build the product development. Academia should do what is required by these startups to take that into a product level. And that kind of ecosystem needs to be created.
Thank you. Thanks for your input. My next question to Dr. Ratnakar. Today, without having digital platform or AI, that any discussion is incomplete. So my question to Dr. Ratnakar is, how can digital innovation and product engineering accelerate pharma and biotech startup growth at scale?
Yeah, I think this is once again a very important and pertinent question in today's environment. Why I said important and pertinent is digital and product engineering are not enablers anymore. They are actually kind of integral part of the pharma biotech ecosystem. There are quite an umpteen number of examples which we have seen and we are seeing very often in whichever media we actually look at. I will cite with a couple of examples why they are now integral part of the ecosystem. For example, if you are talking about product engineering, so especially in the space of medtech, it is actually having a phenomenal impact with the advent of Edge AI. The medical devices industry or a medtech industry is seeing a very different way of engaging itself with the customers and also with the stakeholders whom they are looking at. I'll also give you an example of how that is done. Traditionally, when you look at a couple of areas with respect to the point of care devices, with the introduction of Edge AI enabled devices, lot of screening mechanisms have actually got into a different league altogether. So the organization I represent, we have actually developed, taking the clue from what Dr. Anand mentioned. This is a true example of industry academia coming together. This is an academic institute from Netherlands joining hands with us, a professor from there joining hands with us to try and solve a very important problem which is grappling the world, which is breast cancer detection or diagnosis. So what we together did is we have actually developed a tactile enabled device, which is a very small instrument, which is plugged into an AI enabled system. So what happens is when a healthcare provider picks up that device, which is the shape of a mouse, that's the shape and size. And that is the device which is making all the impact for the women to get detected about the, not only from the perspective of the current state of breast cancer, thanks to the agentic AI, which is already inbuilt into the system, it is also helping to do some kind of a prognosis. So, for a healthcare provider, it not only helps in terms of understanding uh, the lumps, but at the same time, it also helps in terms of doing some prognostic measure. So that's one example which I can say that how uh, device engineering or product engineering is making a huge difference in the healthcare ecosystem and making the entire healthcare providers, patients, caregivers much more empowered in terms of bringing some of the diagnostic measures real time.
So I think that's very good example. Breast cancer in India is one of the commonest cancer, and because of lack of diagnosis, it is being discovered at the later stage of where already disease is non-treatable or maybe need more vigorous treatments. So early stage diagnosis will always help, and that's how few examples like where the startups are coming with the innovative solutions and giving different direction to the industry. So, Dr. Anand, I'll come to you again. What trend are you seeing in deep tech, biotech, or AI-driven drug development startups today? So, in recent years, like a lot of AI companies have come, a lot of research is going on the different level. Exactly as you are visiting so many companies and you have overview of all, what trend you are seeing, like what they're doing, and what should be the means if you suggest something like what they should change or they should improve in their approach, that will help in
The trend that I see right now is that all good things in life do not come in big packages, they come in small sizes. And I want to elaborate what I mean by that. We spoke about breast cancer screening earlier. One of my portfolio companies, they do identify lumps that cannot be available, that cannot be seen from a naked eye because of machine learning and medical imaging. The power of AI is going to disrupt the future of medical science and healthcare in a big way on a real-time basis. Because what a clinician or a physician is not able to see with a naked eye, that is what a machine is able to pick up sensitively and precisely, and thereby improve the diagnosis. So in case if there is a malignant tumor which is hidden and is not picked up, that gets picked up now because of medical imaging. So that clearly is a trend. And I think India has got a good chance to be a leader because the kind of AI engineers, experts, the demographic dividend that India is producing right now, I think our focus must be on AI. We lost it out on drug discovery in a big way. The last 25, 30 years, India has been a laggard in drug discovery because our biology was poor, our chemistry was strong. So because of our chemistry being very strong, we focused on pharmaceutical chemistry, and that's why you see India doing very well in the pharmaceutical chemistry area. But when it comes to new chemical entities, new vaccines, new molecules, we are still lagging behind in a big way. So whatever has been lost in drug discovery, conventional biology, I think now we have an opportunity on the AI side to basically take a leadership role. AI in drug discovery, AI in medical sciences, AI in genetic sciences, AI in terms of basically diagnostics is going to revolutionize and disrupt the way the treatment or the patient centricity is going to be addressed. That's clearly one point. The second point is working on that is towards how do you integrate genomic sciences with digital sciences? What I mean by that is there's a new revolution that's going to happen, AI plus digital revolution. And when you talk about digital revolution, you cannot ignore quantum. So the combination of quantum biology with artificial intelligence in treatment of basically identifying new areas, new paradigm shifts in medicine is going to be for sure. Things will happen much more faster. With the AI, already it's happening faster. Now with quantum, it's going to happen almost about 13 to 15 times more faster. That is the power of the combination of quantum and AI that will disrupt the way medical science is going to be looked at. Thirdly, there is a big dearth of doctors who understand AI. And their competition going forward, will be between doctors who will basically understand AI versus those who do not understand AI. So if you ask me, will AI replace doctors? The answer is no. But a doctor who knows AI will replace a doctor who doesn't know AI. And that is the kind of skilling that I think I would like to emphasize on. So this whole scale of skilling needs to take a new meaning with the help of modern biological tools that are being put in place and integrate them into the conventional academic learning. Unfortunately, today, India doesn't have any of these programs at a MSc level or at a PhD level. We are doing conventional work even now. That conventional work has to change. Last but not the least, I think the emphasis going forward would be not just on digital sciences, AI, and drug discovery, but also the ability to basically make India Viksit Bharat to be affordable. Because bulk of our population, especially in India, still are middle class and lower middle class. We are talking about a huge number, about 600 to 700 million, or even more than that, who cannot basically afford expensive medicines for the treatment of cancer or new diseases such as mental health issues that are coming up. So the way to going forward is to focus on affordable innovation. And for affordable innovation, you need all the stakeholders to come together, be it academia, be it industry, be it philanthropic organization, be it the government organizations, to come forward and to address issues at a much more strategic level for the national level to make India really truly independent from all this chronic diseases burden. Otherwise, you'll become a puppet in the hands of the West. And just like what you're seeing in the COVID, how they arm twist us, similarly, they'll arm twist. And I think before another COVID happens or before any other infectious diseases hit our country, we must be prepared with the help of modern science and modern tools and invest into disruptive innovations going forward with the help of partnership with industry. That's what I feel, Dr. Shalu.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is very important point from the overall industry perspective. And we still, you are saying there is a clear space where we can upscale ourselves into that particular area. And we should start thinking in this direction. But do you think for a startup, it is easy to do, or the matured companies should play a major role there? Means, again, like the budget as well as the manpower and other, things will be a sustainable issue.
So I've been on certain panels, like one of them is the Bionest Project Assessment Committee. Then I'm also on the Startup India Seed Fund panel with IIM. I can tell you the initiatives that the government of India has taken are very positive initiatives in terms of supporting technopreneurship at an academia level. We need to find ways to make this more stronger by increasing either the ticket size of funding at a grant level or at a seed level, and having more and more life sciences venture capitalists at Series A and Series B level. You have money at a very seed stage from the government. You have money at the late stage where a lot of sovereign wealth funds from Dubai, from Singapore and other parts of the world are investing money. What is missing is a gap in between. And that is the gap is called as the value of the debt. That's the Series A, Series B financing. If India really needs to be essentially a leader in life sciences, in biotech, and support startup companies, we need that Series A, Series B investors. I'll give you an example. In Singapore recently, till recent, the funding at a Series A level used to be about $1 million or so. Now the funding levels have increased from $1 million up to 9 million. So which means that the government is also being very clear about the support that they want to give to deep tech research. Unless and until we don't have policies at the highest level and that percolates down to the ground level, it will not happen. So it has to be a combination of both top-down as well as the bottom-up approach.
Thank you very much, and that's a great insight for the audience as well as me. So that's a new learning. So Satish, as we heard, a lot of things has to be done in that particular space, and you are doing some educational program to academia as well as maybe sure you will come to the industry as well. So can you give some examples? How can a skill-based practical training programs significantly improve employability of freshers, and what changes you are seeing can be done in traditional educational model?
Yes. So the first thing, we should implement industry academia partnerships. So by that, we can send the subject matter experts to the academic institution, whether it is an affiliated college or university. By that, we can train them, we can upskilling them what exactly happening at college, industry level. So you can see most of the licensed students like pharmacy, microbiology, biotechnology, all are just going for industrial visits, only laboratories and pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. Okay, so biopharmaceuticals. So none of the student is showing interest towards the clinical research side or data management or medical devices, as we know booming industry in India. So we don't have that much of opportunity to go for industrial trainings which related to actual trend what happening outside. So here I would recommend we can clinical operations and medical devices, and as medtech industry, scientific writing, regulatory writing companies, if they send SMEs to the organization, colleges and universities, we can empower the students and we can improve their skill set. We can make them ready for the future opportunity. So that is what the traditional education system in India transferred into the one eco-friendly. It means one ecosystem we need to build. Like we need to maintain a relation with the industry, academia, and the training partners. By that, we can manage the people at a time. So we can make all the young buddies to get the opportunities in organizations. By that, we can reduce the training period in the organization. And even the companies, as we know, we can every year many of the young buddies are coming, and very less opportunities are India, we can say, especially into pharma sector. Why? Because I can say there is a lack of skill set. They know everything, they are having 90 marks, 80 marks out of 100, but they can't able to express. That is what the very high level concern in institutionals. When I'm going and traveling and interacting with the student, if I ask what do you mean by SOP, 99 students out of 100 they come up with SOP means standard operating procedure. That's it. It means what I'm asking that definition of SOP. Student is understanding that abbreviation. So that is what happening in India. So I observed that you can ask any one of the student, what do you mean by SOP? They come up with SOP means standard operating procedure. That is what missing at educational institutions. They are just focusing morning at theory and afternoon labs and practicals. So that is what a serious concern is happening. So if it is going ahead, we can't able to get the skilled resource for our organizations. So that is what truly we are working for, and we are empowering the students, and we are approaching skilled partners and conducting some industrial visits and giving them some career awareness sessions by sending subject matter experts to the colleges and university level. Yeah.
I think industry has to put effort if they really want trained resources to come and join the industry. I remember my first day of the industry when we 3 doctors joined BA CRO, and one of the senior doctor was sitting in the cabin. He was not aware of that it is our first day, first hour of the industry, and he just asked, "What is GCP?" And we all three looking at each other, what answer should we give? So obviously there was no background given, and no this thing. We just joined because the opportunity was there, and some research is going on. I joined because female research was going on, dermatology research was going on. I found it interesting and I just joined. But what it takes to be there and to run the show means that obviously I learned in the industry, not in the college. So that definitely today also we are seeing that clear gap is there. Yes. And thanks for your suggestion. But my next question is to gentleman who is actually living this life and facing these challenges with the manpower. So Dr. Subramaniam, what are the key challenges in moving from lab scale innovation to clinical and commercial scalability? What exact challenges you are facing? Because that you have to give us actual feel on this.
Well, that's a very tough question to answer. The thing is, we don't have a clinical drug development in India, number one. That's a major concern I have is that if you don't have any clinical drug development, how do I actually give it to a clinician to develop my product? So this is one of the major issues, that a transition from one stage to another stage. For example, you started AI, and hey, AI scientist says, I have 1 million molecules that bind to 500 targets, so take it. But the bottlenecks are in preclinical and clinical. I cannot test all those 1 million molecules in my preclinical, which is a requirement for FDA or any regulatory agency. And the same thing that you go into the clinical trials, 90% fail in the preclinical trials and 90% fail in the clinical trials. So AI cannot cover that bottlenecks. Okay, what are people are saying that AI is going to change the entire life, but where are the bottlenecks? You need to understand the bottlenecks. So the bottlenecks are in the clinical drug development. Most of the things are, if I take all these people here, right? If we say 100 people in this room, 100 people are different. I mean, diabetes in some people causes retinopathy, in some people causes nephropathy, in some people causes peripheral vascular disease. So we're all not responding to diabetes in the same way the disease actually goes on. So you need to take a patient perspective here. Patients are the ones that we need to look at, not just say, hey, I have 1,000 molecules, million molecules. How do you actually tailor it to each patient, which is the hardest thing. Because even in the US, when you take a molecule in phase 3 trials, more than 50% of the molecules fail there because of patient heterogeneity. Although these are successful in phase 2. And this is where we are focusing to take our molecules into patients directly to develop models that actually patient-derived cells and tissues.
So in your experience, at what stage we should start doing this? Because usually what happens, like clinical development comes after your drug development is over, and then a lot of precision, what you're doing in your the development journey is over. We start thinking about human efficacy very late. And that's where you're saying clearly that a 90% failure belongs. So at what stage do you recommend, like where human intervention should be started?
That is where, I mean, I come from pharma companies like J&J, Wyeth. I worked in the preclinical development, taking the molecules into IND into the clinic. As soon as they go into the clinic, although the drug is very safe, you'll see a lot of problems, and even in healthy volunteers. Okay, so what happened? All these animals, the efficacy is very good. There's no toxicity, but they're failing in the clinical trials. This is where what we are trying to do is that animal models do not translate to the clinical outcomes. So what we need to develop translational models for the clinic, and we are doing that at a preclinical level to come up with these models. And it's not easy. A lot of people still believe animal models are the gold standard, and I have to battle that as well. At the same time, trying to sell my models to the venture capitals and other pharma companies.
I think that means vision has to be broader, and then we should bring clinical perspective also in the beginning. And then,
absolutely, at preclinical level, we have a disease in a dish models. We are creating a disease in a 3D model, the human disease, not an animal disease. And so that whatever we do on the human disease is going to be relevant to the patient.
Fantastic. Means that's really going to be like once you are growing well in that
Yeah, we need money.
then it
right?
will really help.
I've been asking Anand to give me 1,000 crores, waiting for him.
So everyone is looking at Anand now.
Yeah.
So Dr. Ratnakar, like next question, I would like to continue in this same discussion. How can startups ensure interoperability, compliance, and security while scaling digital health products globally? What advice would you like to give? Because they're everywhere now, digital things, AI tools are coming. So exactly how should we, taking all the precautions? I know the guidances are there, they're coming still in draft stage, maybe not giving full solution. But as an person, as a company owner, what is your take on this?
How many startups are there in this room? 3, 4, maybe about half a dozen. Yeah, 5 startups. I think the question is very relevant, very pertinent, and very important for the startup founders. Why I asked how many people are, because even for me it is a news. Like we all work with different companies, whether it is Amazon, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is Google. But most of us doesn't know that they support us, right? I don't know how many people of you are aware that they provide credits to us. How many of you know? How many of you taken the credits? Okay.
1%.
50% of them took the credits.
I can see only one hand which is raising.
So my request to all of you is please make the best use of credits which are given, money which is given to us as the startup founders by what typically we call them as hyperscalers, whether it is Amazon Web Services, whether it is GCP, which is Google Cloud, or whether it is Microsoft Azure. So all of them, with there is nothing called that you have to only apply for one, you can apply for all and take credit points from all, and also take support for marketing, support for promotion, support for development, support for manpower. So I will answer to your question later, but I thought
No,
since
that's
you
really
raised
important
this,
actually. Means even I was not aware of that all companies are giving such points. So I will definitely look into how to use them.
So I think we should take the best advantage. Go into the website. You have everything very easily navigatable. So you can actually navigate inside, get the best support from them. Now I will take the question what you asked. So it is important for startups in India. I heard the previous speakers. I think Subramaniam was talking, Dr. Anand was talking about scale and global kind of visibility. If that is something which is required, what is also required from our side is how do we comply with that? So complying with that is whatever we do, we have to have an outlook from a global perspective, right? So is it actually meeting the HL7 standards? Is it meeting the HIPAA guidelines? Is it meeting the uh, FDA guidelines? Is it meeting the DPDP guidelines? So if we are actually strong enough and put our case that yes, we are HIPAA compliant, we are HL7 compliant, we are GDPR compliant, we are DPDP compliant, I think we are already there in the game because we are that way visible globally, we are accessible and acceptable globally with our product. That's what is one thing which we can actually look at it from an interoperability and also from the regulatory standpoint of view, how we can actually stand tall from a perspective of regulators' requirements and how our platforms and services, our products can actually stand the merit of the guidelines which are provided by the regulators globally. Second thing is, when you are actually looking at the areas what Dr. Shalu was talking about, whether it is data, or whether it is cloud, or whether it is interoperability of that from a regulatory standpoint of view, please don't look at all the three in isolation, but I think all the three are actually important and integral part. Look at all the three things in a closed, cohesive way, and make sure that you are actually being compatible to the global standards. Again, repeating, if our product services are meeting all these guidelines, I'm sure, I think some of the innovations coming up from the startups in India, let me take a second to explain to you. I sit in a panel of Government of India, which is Department of Biotechnology, and I'm sure most of you are aware of very recently, Government of India brought the policy of Bio E3, and one of the pillars of Bio E3 is Bio AI. And I'm also part of the team which has actually worked in developing that policy, framing the policy, and also now executing that policy, evaluating various companies and startups. And some of the innovations which are coming through from the startups in India, meeting what I just told you about all the guidelines, is phenomenally far superior than some of the global startups which are actually coming up. And let me tell you on this note, that once the bio AI hubs are actually going to be in place, which is likely to happen in a month or so, which in about 2 to 3 months of time, the products and services would be accessible to all of us. That is the intent of bio AI. If I am actually going to be the recipient of bio AI grant from Government of India DBT, which means that all of us will have access to the bio AI hubs, and there are going to be good number of bio AI hubs coming in India. by various startups coming together with academia, together coming up with industry, together coming up with research organizations. I think India will see number of such disruptions using all this AI data cloud on the platforms which government of India is also supporting. Outside of what we have seen that in bio various other platforms. So, in a nutshell, I think these three are going to be a critical elements as far as the strength for the startups is concerned, and the ecosystem is well placed for that.
So thank you very much for your input. Actually, my take is like, we are talking to a lot of AI companies today, and as a layman, you can consider me as a layman because these are new things which are coming up and we are also learning, but you are expert into it. So is there any place where we can go and check all the available guidances, what you have just mentioned? I can see a book written by Dr. Anand where we can find certain solutions for the startups. Similarly, are you planning to write something like that or is it already available?
So I think I don't think it is possible because the way that is actually changing every second.
That's what.
I'm not sure that by the time we write the report, everything will become pretty outdated, and no, we will actually have something very new. But that's on a lighter note. But yeah, I think each one, say for example, the guidelines which I mentioned about the hyperscalers, all that is available on their respective websites. There is no one single place, but on their respective websites.
Yeah. So
And each one has their policies well drafted and then placed with their websites. It is again using our agentic AI to take help and scan through the system and then help us. Where are those policies and how I can actually
so
get
how many
benefited.
policies need to be followed for particular device? I think we have
Yeah.
to learn that.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you very much. I think we have to go through those websites and we really have to be ready for the next upcoming AI or digital tools in the market. So thank you very much for all your time and inputs. And I can clearly say what strikes me from today's discussion is that bottlenecks are no longer just scientific, but they are trust, translation, and timing. So we have to gain the trust from bigger pharma to come to the faster space and on the right timing. So yeah. So every person on this panel is actively working to close these gaps, and India has the talent, the data, and increasingly the institution will make this to happen. And I can see already like there is a need clearly felt, and everyone is making effort on their own way to fill that gap. So with this, would like to thanks all our panelists for this wonderful session and sharing their knowledge and expertise on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists and our moderator. Just wait one more second. Can I have Mr. Gaurav Thite, KAM from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, from the organization Datweiler, to please come up on stage, present the token of gratitude to our esteemed panelist and moderator. Do we have the Datweiler organization? I would like to call upon stage Dr. Rashmi Rajan Patra, independent consultant. Sir, can we please come have you on stage to present the token of gratitude on behalf of Elets Technomedia? In the center, please. In the center. To our esteemed panelist, Dr. Anand Govindulari, Chairman of Govind Holdings. To Mr. Satish Kumar Vimarapu, who is the founder and CEO of Clinoxy Solutions. Thank you so much for joining us. Nextgen Biosciences Private Limited. Dr. Ratnakar Palakodetti, who is the president of InnoMinds. And to our expert moderator, Dr. Shalu Kasliwal, founder and managing director, ClinForce Clinical Science Private Limited. Can we have a group panel picture, please, with the mementos and all the panelists, and with Dr. Rashmi sir as well. A group panel picture, please. With that, we move on to our next panel discussion. Can we have the setup for the same, please, very quickly? In the meanwhile, can we have the event video, please? Thank you so much. We now move on to our next discussion, which is on the topic of biosimilars and biologics, India's global opportunity, one of the very important sessions for the day, for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert panelists, Dr. Anoop Chaudhary, Medical Director of Global Clinical Development, Novartis. Sir, can we please have you up on stage? Mr. Narasimha Rao Nenduri, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Flonova Bio Private Limited. Please join us on stage. Nupur Sen Gupta, Senior General Manager of Biological E Limited. Ma'am, please join us. Mr. Pramod Reddy, Head of Biostats and Data Management, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Mr. Pramod, please join us. Kajal Bhambani, Independent Consultant, Regulatory Affairs, Clinical Operations and Clinical Quality. Please join us. Dr. Gopal Krishna Lekhi Reddy, who is Senior Vice President and Head of Biologics, MSN Labs. And our expert moderator, Dr. Shubhadeep Desina, Senior Vice President and Head, Clinical Development and Medical Affairs of Hetero Group Hospitals. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. We are so sorry to see your injury, but we are so glad to have you join us today with your insights and with your enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, very nice. So my injury is like an adverse event, which keeps happening to everybody. But that should not come in the way of a very interesting discussion that and you see the level of experience. If you combine their experience, is more than 100 years cumulative experience. So even if you get 1 year of that, you will have a lot of understanding. Even in the audience, one of Dr. Ajay Roy is sitting. He's the moderator tomorrow, but we have grown up seeing him, making him a little older than he is. Shalu, great moderation. Now, we all know that India is a powerhouse of generics, and it is not, it is known generics and vaccines are the story of India, but that is in the past. That continues, but last 40 years, India grown up to a stage that India is the #1 generic company, especially in formulations all over the world, and probably trails China a bit. But that will not sustain the growth of India. What will sustain the growth of India is biologics. And why is that happened? Because in clinical practice, the biological therapies have become the mainstay and the primary therapy, which is why the biological products has gained importance. And today, it is not a question whether we can do biologics, but how fast and how at scale, how much with better quality we can do this. Way back in 2002 or 3, when companies like Dr. Reddy's, Biocon started the trend with the GCSFs, the erythropoietins and compounds. That started the process. But along the way came the dhurandhars of biologics, that is the MABs, the monoclonal antibodies. And all these years, monoclonal antibodies have become the mainstay of the development, and more every year we have monoclonal antibodies. So when you are studying, some of you are pharmacists. Anybody? How many pharmacists are here? Good. So, you should pity your sons or daughters who will be going into pharmacy. The kind of drugs, the names of these drugs that you will see is very tongue twister. So, but there are some rationale to everything. However, what we want to bring across is the various aspects of biological and development, and biosimilars is the range of products which are not the true copies but similar copies. So therefore we cannot call them bioequivalent. So they are biosimilars. So why is it biosimilars? What are the considerations for developing biosimilars? We will see that during the process. And along the way, you have such a illustrious group of panelists. I have some data. All of them are known friends, and I know what they have done for their companies. So there's one thing common here, except one: everybody is ex-Dr. Reddy's. So first is Mr. Gopal Krishna Lucky Reddy. He has been the CMC expert, R&D expert at Dr. Reddy's before, now taking up a much larger role in last few years at MSN's endeavor into biopharma, and he's a PhD, and he has seen multiple global regulatory inspections and global technology transfers, commercial launches, and operational excellence in initiatives. Welcome, Dr. Gopal. Then is Mr. Pramod Reddy. You see him as a head of statistics, data management, and he brings 22 years of experience. I can't, if I read a statistical plan of a protocol, I sleep halfway. He has been doing this for 22 years. So and gone across studies including oncology, rheumatology, ophthalmology, dermatology, and he's an MSc in statistics from Osmania. But there is another aspect. He's one of the gurus in classical dancing. He has. So if you talk to him, you should talk to him both about statistics and also about dancing. He dances through statistics. So that's the good part about him. I mean, and welcome, Pramod. Kajal ji, Kajal Bambani, she has been a seasoned regulatory leader, over 30 years of experience. How many of you are 30 years old? A few at least around 30s, right? Yeah, see, she has worked for 30 years, not telling her age, but experience is extremely good, extremely. She has been formerly the head and vice president regulatory affairs and program management at Dr. Reddy's, and for a long tenure, and where she has led global regulatory strategies, clinical development support, and program governance for very complex biological studies. And before that, she was at IQVIA and some other companies. So she has a very rich experience of not only regulatory inspections, regulatory affairs, but also about clinical. So her knowledge of clinical is as good as, and so welcome, Kajalji. Then we have the Nupur Sengupta, whom I know not much, but definitely I know her being the an R&D powerhouse. She had a lot of R&D experience. Currently, senior general manager at Biologically Limited, where with a PhD in structural biology. I want to ask, what is structural biology? Because I so you will know now. So if you have to deal with biosimilars, you need to have a structural biology experience and qualification with 15 years of industrial experience. And where at Biologically she handles global alliance management, partnership management for vaccines, as well as she's been in the part of the strategic development of biologics and biosimilars. And she's moved from an R&D role to manufacturing to the business. That will be an interesting views from her. Welcome, Dr. Nupur. Then comes our startup and technology and R&D and manufacturing entrepreneur. I have another block. Sorry. So he is the only Dr. Narasimha Nandamuri. He is the only person who is not Dr. Reddy's. So he set up Clones Biotech for 10 years. He ran that as a entrepreneur organization. You will very rarely find startup organizations which are done so good in biosimilars and develop several processes, several products along the way. And now Clinova Biotech, he is the founder, and again going to give our country a lot of further R&D and further products in biologics. Welcome, Dr. Ramakrishna. And then we have then we have Dr. Anup Chaudhary, who is a clinician with 10 years of practice. He's an MD and an MBA both at the same time, rare combination. And senior medic, he has 25 years of experience. Doesn't look, he has black hair all over. And 15 years in pharmaceutical industry and 10 years in clinical practice. At Novartis, he is serving as medical director of global clinical development and provide strategic leadership for global programs in oncology, hematology, and rare diseases. And biologics in oncology, hematology, and rare diseases is the first therapy. So he not only has handled biosimilars while at Dr. Reddy's, now he's also handling bioinnovator compounds or novel biologics as well. So that's again, especially from the clinical part, he will be the one who will be answering it. So welcome, Dr. Noop. So this is the panel. I think the panel is over, but I will start with. So first, quick response is that when we talk of biosimilars, are they only for cost effectiveness, or is it more than that? Are we entering a differentiation era where we are no more into just developing any other biosimilar, but how is it the companies are strategically looking at it? Not all companies are developing the same biosimilars. They are strategizing their products based on their business requirements. So I will start with Dr. Gopal, and then maybe this is one round you can complete. And along with that, you can mention how with India's, this can become how Indian companies can collectively do global dominance. So more than competition, it is partnership is what we should be looking at, collaboration. So your views on that?
Thanks, Dr. Subodip. It was very nice introduction. Thanks for having us here. From a biosimilar point of it, I guess we are still there's so many number of biosimilars and so many everyone is trying to chase. The patents are same and the patent expiry dates remain same. So the companies are still in the competition phase. However, in the last 3 years, what I really see is the change in the shift. Either companies are trying to partner more, bring more products, diversification, geographically or by pipeline. That's a good change that we see Indian companies are coming up, and so as many other companies globally. If you see recent partnership terms, most of the European companies or Chinese companies looking up to Indian companies for increasing the pipeline and faster to the markets, while we do many other regulatory challenges handling and all. So the change of tide is coming in terms of moving away from the same biosimilars to something more advanced. The second category is making slightly improved biosimilar versions. Let's say from intravenous route to a subcutaneous route, so on and so forth. Companies are trying. Are we a stage where we can say our innovation started picking up? Not yet, but partnerships and collaborations has been increasing in the last few years or so. That is my view.
I would just like to say that biosimilars today are the low-hanging fruits. It's very easy. When I say easy, it's not really easy to make it, but then for any pharma company here, it is a product which can be immediately taken up and developed. Moving on, like Gopal rightly said, there are a lot of in-life opportunities coming from companies in China, South Korea, who are looking at India as a hub to outsource their products which have completed the initial development and then take it up for further large-scale manufacturing or commercialization in India. So after biosimilars, I think the next pipeline that is coming up is ADCs or complex biologics or biosimilars with some differentiation. One point touched upon is the subcutaneous to IV, IV to subcutaneous. Other is the auto-injectors. So bringing in other devices for administration of biosimilars is the differentiation products that we are looking at. So I think post biosimilars, this is the area where most of the pharma companies are venturing out now.
Thank you. So thanks, Dr. Shubhadeep, for the nice interesting introduction. And before I go to the answer, I would like to mention this is the last panel of today. And there are a couple of interesting points. What I am noticing, this is the largest panel of the whole day. Maximum number of panelists, most diverse panel, 2 women members. It was not there, so I'm happy to see this. At least one panel has this, and 2 classical dancers. Along with Pramod, I'm also a classical dancer. So hopefully people will feel it some interesting session. So coming to the point on biosimilars and innovations, I feel India has already entered the innovation side. And as Kajal and Dr. Gopal rightly said that, yes, we have moved on from the regular biosimilars we are going into more innovative molecules or biologics drugs. And for that, we have the skill set. We need to do, we started doing collaboration, of course, and that's why we are partnering with not only within India, with outside India organizations. We need to basically carry it on more so that we can be more stable and more sustainable also in this field to have the proper place globally. And yes, coming to partnership, we have felt it, how important it is since COVID struck us. Since then, before that also we have partnered, but when we face the pandemic, we understood how important is partnership. So yeah, as I was saying, we should continue partnering, we should continue collaborating, and make India a stable platform for advanced biosimilars and biologics. Thank you.
Narasimha Garu. Thank you for that nice introduction, Dr. Sinha. Good evening, all. I think with regards to वहाँ से आते आते question ही भूल गया मैं. So why biosimilars? So whether they offer only the cost advantage? I think primarily every generic's objective is to offer the cost advantage, and I can say the main objective of biosimilar is to be make them accessible, not in terms of just cost. But in terms of even geographical presence, a lot of originator drugs are not there in several geographies. I think most of the developing world is still denied of these advanced medicine. I think it's objective to bring those medicines to be accessible. And of course, as they said, it's a low-hanging fruit, and companies can make revenues and then pump into the innovation. I think that's one tool that apart from making these accessible, there are, of course, these are very, very specific medicine that has less side effects compared to the chemical in terms of their offerings and all. It's basically offering something which is very good for the patients compared to the conventional drugs, and making them accessible. What I feel is the fundamental this thing, apart from making them cheaper.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Subhadeep, for the nice introduction. I'm privileged to be here as a speaker. One disclaimer as a legal thing, that whatever I'm speaking in this forum is completely from my own perspective. It does not have to link with my previous and current employer. So views expressed here are completely mine. So I would address this biosimilarity and biologics in a context of, this is patient access is my favorite topic. So as a doctor or clinician, we always should look for, my view is that we look for patient access. That means India has a global powerhouse, already known for pharmacy of the world, but we should also be known as kind of cost benefit, cost effective, not just lowering the cost benefit or cost effective medicines, so that everyone in this country, not only this country, probably we can also look beyond the country for the access part where there are limited access. And coming to the cost effective or cost efficacy, or we call cost benefit, because clinician does not just look at the price of the medicine, but look at the value it offers to the patient. Because ultimately a clinician, when he writes a medicine, has an outcome in mind that gives kind of satisfactory or efficacy response, reducing or manageable side effects. That should be the value. So I would say it is a value proposition, and it should be valued in that context, not just lowering the price, but a better affordable with good quality and efficacy. So that's my favorite part.
Thank you, all of you. And so, points which came out was that of in licensing and partnership, that of patient access, and pumping money from the revenues that come from biosimilars to innovation. I also heard China and Korea. So interesting countries. 15 years back when I joined Hetero, Chinese companies we used to also interact with them. They used to say biosimilars, no, we can't do it. You give us the product. Today, they are giving us innovator biologics. That has the change. We are in licensing products from China, biologics, and then they are innovators, and then trying to claim us ourselves as innovator companies besides biosimilars. But having said that, is it a possibility that we will have innovator biologics in the future? Only one or two companies have done that, to Biocon or Kashiv, to an extent, but that's too less. With such knowledge, such extent, it needs to be more. Now, digging deeper into the R&D part, so I will request Dr. Gopal and Dr. Narasimha to give their thoughts on this, especially on the for such innovation, how much is investing in downstream and upstream processing is very important. Advanced processes, not just reverse engineering, and also there is a problem of scale up. So R&D to commercial scale, there are a lot of companies have developed product, but they're not able to scale. So, what are your thoughts on these 2 points? Nasim Agar, you can start, or probably you can start. Yeah. So again, reminding 2 points. One is that upstream and downstream innovation, and second is about the gap between R&D and industrial scale-up.
Yeah, when we say gap, I think every technology today is have gap compared to the last week, last month. So technology is evolving so rapidly that everybody has to have updations and all. Like upstream and downstream, specifically on the biosimilar front, I think they have a lot to do. Even one step before that, the cell line engineering part of it, which is also very, very critical, because your yield is predominantly driven by the genetics. So the superior cell lines, followed by the complementing the upstream processes, that you do the cell line engineering, and accordingly you plan the upstream. Like we have concentrated fed batches, continuous manufacturing. All these things are offering better yields when compared to the conventional fed batches. So industry is slowly moving towards that. And also the downstream, of course, we have even miniaturized continuous downstream processes as well. Also good affinity and ion exchange resins, and objective is to cut down on the number of steps, reduce as many buffer exchanges as possible. So these are the way the people are looking at, and optimize the yields and better the yields and all. So they're very, very critical, and it's a continuous process. I think, of course, once we freeze the process, you cannot go back and redo things. There are limitations. Better to be upfront and be well planned before you launch the product.
I agree to most extent what Nasim says. See, one is the clone. There were days, what Dr. Subodhish, you 2000, we used to work with, let's say, 1 gram per liter, or even lesser than that. It has come down many-fold now. I think it's 12 grams, 15 grams has become a norm now. The challenge is most of this is coming through Western world to us rather than we do. We are not still at 15 grams. I mean, someone else invents and then we follow. That's a challenge. I mean, that's molecular biology is supposed to be one of our expertise and what we know. We missed that opportunity. Upstream is something that we are doing really well. In the last few years, I see few companies experimenting and doing few things that probably most companies in West have also not successfully done. So upstream, we have done very well. Again, comes back to limitation. I accept what Narasimhan was saying. We are trying to do some innovation by reducing the steps, but it's not real change in the game, like in the upstream or like in the cell line engineering level. The another big piece that is missing out is the formulation development. Again, in the generic side of it, what we know and we have done it earlier, adapting that into biologics is rather easy. Something that we could have adopted easily. But if you look at the number of patents that we are going after, the formulation patents in the biosimilars are much lesser compared to others, and we are restrained because of the patents in the West. That's a challenge. I think these are the three takeaways that I see. Out of 146 or 140 plus biosimilars approved in India, if you look at the formulation, differentiations are very, very, very. So that's the challenge. I think we are entering an era where the innovation should come and pick it up.
Yeah, true. In addition to what he said, it depends on the scale of operations. For example, you're talking about China, the massive scales. I mean, the bioreactors of this roof height and thousands of liters of bioreactors and processing there is, I mean, when you are operating with such a huge volumes, your each and every metrics is important there. And when we are operating in a relatively smaller, so our challenges are relatively smaller in terms of the volumes that we are dealing with, but we need to prepare for these minute steps to be addressed so that we scale and efficiently scale if we are able to tap the opportunity.
Thank you. Taking it further into manufacturing, single-use systems are the norm now. It was not so in 15 years back. Now, what more is coming? In terms of large-scale manufacturing, I mean, besides the roof-high reactors, what more is coming? How for increasing the scale? Also doing some differentiation during manufacturing, even small things like packaging also. So what more is coming and something? Yeah, go ahead, anyone.
No, I think we are also looking at not the scale up. We are also looking at scale out. How do we have a smaller units, multiple units with a continuous processes? And that is the ambitious look at how we can dedicate one suite to the one product and things like that from a large scale production. How we can succeed in those, the time has to tell us, but the objectives that way are there. And also the localization. Several territories want even APIs produced in their territory, especially after COVID. Even API, biologics API, they want to produce locally. So if you are a technology developer, to give it to them, the scale of operations is also very important. If it is a high scale operations, it may not be viable for them. So you're coming back to the yields, they have to be very, very critical, and the genetic stability for a continuous manufacturing is very critical with a miniaturized scale out models. That is also one area. Probably you can add more.
See, I agree with the scale up and scale out models coming in, but what we really are struggling, and the innovation is stuck here, volume. The volume brings the scale, and biosimilar companies from India cannot make volume of certain extent. And we are saturated, let's say, at 300 kg per drug or 500 kg per drug. And with those volumes, you can only go up to a certain extent. So cost competition is coming back. Companies ran after the single use for a long, long time. Now I see the reversing coming in. So people will come back into steel, realizing the potential of cost savings at that point. Some part of that is happening already. Biggest thing is the perfusion. Perfusion is probably going to stay and then change the game. So the rooftop reactors are going to come down, where they will run for 30 days, 40 days continuously, rather than going for 14 days, 10 days. That change is coming along. Innovation in operations primarily is in the upstream or the cell line engineering level that is happening. But the real innovation in the manufacturing has not been happening. Neither in India nor outside also. Biosimilars, I mean, you see any global companies are also going after 15 KL steel reactors, build a forest of reactors. That is still a norm. that change is not there, but I see in the next 5 to 10 years, the perfusions are going to change the reactor sizes. Coming back to steel is what I see happening.
So is ADC is going to change it?
I have a different perspective around the ADCs. The number of ADCs that are going to come out of patent, if you similarly talk on the biosimilar part of it, the number of ADCs coming out from patent are not going to be that many in the next 5 years. So the advantage for us, we know now the biologics, we know the chemicals very well. Doing ADC probably the easiest thing because just do a conjugation and put it. But the patents are not going to expire as many, and we are not ready to innovate. We're talking to Chinese companies or some Singapore companies or someone else. They're coming with the way of conjugation is different. That's not a real big innovation, but it's changing dynamics in terms of getting the new patents out and all. There we have a significant opportunity to spend time and effort and innovation. But that's where someone was talking today morning, academic institutions, if they come along well, I think that innovation probably is the easiest one to, hatch on.
Dr. Nupur, you have been with partner talk, in collaboration with multiple companies. In terms of manufacturing, what is your opinion? How much partly here, partly there kind of collaboration is it going to help, or completely taking over the product?
So, as I am from the vaccine, is it okay? Thank you. So, I would like to give the perspective of the vaccine industry, considering that also as NBE. For us, what we do is we partner at any scale and take it forward for further development. So I believe that can happen for other biosimilars also. And another point is innovation and commercialization in the company, in a for-profit company or a big manufacturing company is, I mean, again, my view is not a very feasible one, because that will basically slow down the entire process to bring the product to market. So in the previous panel, they were talking about Dr. Anand and Dr. Subramaniam, they were talking about that innovation, it is the R&D part. If it is with the academia, it will grow faster. And if we partner with the academia, take it to market, the manufacturers, that collaboration is the best scenario. But unfortunately in India, this gap is not yet basically bridged, because we have, being the large democracy, we have a very fragmented and bureaucratic R&D ecosystem. And because of that, in several cases, if not all, the innovation doesn't go for commercialization. So that is where the partnership or the collaboration is most important. And for companies, it is most beneficial to partner at a stage where the initial R&D is done already. And our R&Ds are really good. I mean, in the sense, our academia R&Ds, there are several. We are not at all falling behind the from the other like companies or other countries. Rather, we have very highly knowledgeable scientific expertise, we have the capabilities, and it is going on. People are doing very good research, but that gap is still there. So that's the place where we should focus more to partner, and we should actually ask others, mainly the government, to leverage that, because it is not only just one-to-one collaboration, there are several other factors to it. So that's what I feel should be the most beneficial, and it will speeden up the entire process to bring any innovative product, or we can think less about the biosimilars and generics and go more into the innovators in this way.
Thank you very much. I think one of the partnerships I know is the DS being made in India and DP being made in the other country, so that their local regulations are being filled up. Now, changing gears as far as the regulatory perspectives are concerned, Kajalji, with your immense experience, you have seen the regulations change in India as well as internationally. The first thing that comes to mind is 2025 guideline versus 2016 guidelines. What has really changed? Is it a old wine in a new bottle, or there is much more to it? Yeah. And any further reforms are needed? Is this going to actually help us meet the EMA FDA guidelines? Because our data is often not accepted there. So will this help in further data acceptability?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And I think most relevant in today's scenario. The 2025 guidelines, which were draft that came in, hopefully by very soon, we will see it being made final. This is what even the DCGI last week, when he was addressing an event, similar pharma event, he commented that it's in the near final stage and that will be rolled out soon. The key differences from the 2016 guideline to now, I would say 2026 guideline, not 2025, but 2026, because it will become effective sooner this year. Majorly 4 differences. We are going away from the animal studies. The requirement now is not a mandatory animal studies, but rather move into in vitro functional assay testing rather than the previous in vivo testing that was an ask. The second most important thing is the waiver for a phase 3 studies, which is again in line with FDA and EMA. Both FDA and EMA came up last year with their guidance. EMA rolled out a reflection paper and FDA came up with a guidance where they talk about the waiver of phase 3 studies, provided you have a very robust PK/PD and analytical data package. So even the guidelines that we are talking for India now will also have a similar language that if the PK/PD and the analytical data is robust, phase 3 studies can be waived off on a case-to-case basis. The next most important thing is the requirement of the reference product when you're doing these studies. Earlier guideline did say that the reference product that you're using for your studies has to be licensed in India. But now it has been made flexible and you can use a reference product which has been sourced from any ICH country. So it's not mandatory that the reference product has to be licensed in India. The next one, again, most important, is the immunogenicity data. The earlier guidelines was requiring a 12-month data, immunogenicity data. However, these guidelines have made it now risk-based. It is not like a mandatory requirement, and they are talking about waivers for products such as filgrastim. So we don't need really a 12-month immunogenicity data. So I would say, yes, India is slowly moving towards the FDA and EMA pathway. They are aligning towards them. And so the data package that will be generated now by the Indian pharma companies would definitely meet the FDA and EMA requirements. Previously, most of the pharma companies had a dual program. They had a program for India, they had a program for global, because for India, the data requirements were not as stringent as FDA and EMA. However, now that is not the case, and some of the companies like Biocon and Intas, if you see their approvals, the global number of global approvals that they have used the same CMC quality data package that they used to file in India. They have used it for EMA and FDA. So they have not differentiated between an India filing versus a global filing. So I would say India is moving from prove it clinically package to prove it scientifically is the theme that is happening moving forward.
Excellent. Prove it scientifically and more than prove it clinically. So we will, will Anup and me will have a job left with this scenario? I think Anup, you can answer on this phase 3 waivers and.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. I think our jobs will remain because ultimately the judgment call will be there, right? So right choice, as I said. But okay, I'm not worried about the job. I'm worried about how we can scale up. So to answer the question directly, India is, yes, at a fast pace to speed up with the regulations and coming at par with EMA already. FDA, we are there, and we have actually the capability. I think there are a lot of changes happening in India with these regulations, as also new initiative coming up. I'll talk about that, including Biosakti in the budget. So what happens here? Like, first thing is removal of animal data as a first proof is removed. That means also we have confidence in the science in silico. That means nowadays with the help of AI and stuff like that, modeling simulation, we can predict a lot of things. And with that help of that, we can now build up the future studies, including PKPD, what we used to bridge. And with that extrapolation modeling, it is much helpful. Now, the concept of totality of evidence has come in. Now, what is that totality of evidence? That means if you can prove the equality or bioequivalence of the novel product and biosimilar product in a way, whichever way, that means in silico, PKPD extrapolation and prediction models can say, okay, my product is this much similar within the reference range, and we have confidence in the data. That means, again, I must stress on the data quality, because India has always been scrutinized in a heavier way in terms of data quality. We cannot forget about the data quality. That means the data we collect, data we generate, data we submit to the regulators has to be globally acceptable. If we keep that in mind, means I'm just talking now also talking about ICH guidelines, which talks about quality by design. Keeping in mind that if we design such concept, not just for clinical trial quality, but from the concept, the bench to clinic, if we can prove that in totality, our data is reliable and global health authorities can accept that as a quality margin, we are there. But to speed that up, quality cannot be compromised. So quality has also a cost if we fail at that later stage. That means if the scrutiny fails, the audit fails during review, this fails in global health authorities level, we are failed. That means we should have a pause before submission. Are the data we collected is submission ready for foreign regulators? We keep that track, and nowadays they are tracking everything. That means this data can be traced and auditable. That gives the confidence to the regulator. That means we have to train up in that way, starting from the scientists who are working in the bands and also the sites who are working even in smaller studies. So that gives us the confidence of that. So I believe in the totality of evidence, and phase 3 waiver is a good sign. So if we prove that phase 3 waiver can be granted, because we have confidence in the data what we collected through all the process, and we can demonstrate that to the regulators, they will be happy, and then the good things will come. Thank you.
So in that, I'm coming to that.
I just like to add what Dr. Anup said, the phase 3 waiver. So I just like to quote an example here, how the regulations or any development is evolving. So that is a good sign of the phase 3 waiver. If you ask me in statistical language, when I used to, when I was studying statistics, simple ANOVA used to do that manual calculation. And then later the software come, you have to enter, it may take 1 hour time. So now it's in a few seconds, you will be getting the results. So similarly, in the clinical research as well, the data used to collect on the paper, now from where to where. So how that regulations or the development is coming up over the years, and picking up from the totality of evidence. If you see that any molecule, the triangle model where we see that CMC package, clinical package, etc. When we have that, now Kajal just quoted that analytical similarity, which is close to, because the efficacy studies typically which we use for the phase 3 to prove that efficacy. So where that analytical is close, is similar, when we have a strong and robust analytical, I feel PKPD would be sufficient to prove that it's a similar. As you quoted the definition of the similar, we need to just prove that similar studies, the statistically and as well as the safety data also. So AD also will be collecting as a part of PKPD. I see this is more than enough or good enough, and over the years we have good enough literature and the supportive data where that phase 3 efficacy may not be required. So that is one strong point. We can believe that the PK study would be sufficient.
Now, coming to that, so all this started with Formicon and Sandoz getting phase 3 waiver for one product called pembrolizumab. And with that, a whole Pandora's box opened. Okay, can we go? Will we have waiver for all phase 3 studies? No, I'm just coming to you. Now, the question here is, when we go to the prescriber, he wants to see efficacy of your data in the population. Now, here is a paradox. Is going like a generic only with the BE study enough to convince the prescriber? Is real world evidence is enough, or still, because many countries have not accepted this rationale, they're still at phase 3. Now also there's that I will call it a paucity of data. Again, CMC is excellent. For example, CMC is the bulk of that, but phase 1, now when you do a design of the study, statistical design, how robust it has to be. Like, it's ultimately a parallel design study. It is not a crossover to have that strength that bioequivalence has. So statistically speaking, in a clinical trial with a phase 1, for example, pembrolizumab, again case in example, what was waived was a phase 3 study in a non-small cell lung cancer, but phase 1 in metastatic melanoma, or even in non-small cell. Companies did metastatic melanoma. Now, will that be enough? Now you are only generating data on metastatic melanoma, and then when you go to an oncologist, says, I don't see even one case in a year in India. Metastatic, so how much that, first of all, designing a phase 1 study in this stage so that it gives enough confidence to the prescriber. What are the challenges that you will face? You have faced as a phase 1 study, you've done multiple. So there I'm saving the best for the last actually.
So first of all, when we say parallel or crossover, each and every study design have its own merits and demerits. So how we pick it up, that whether the sample size or statistical assumptions based on the design and the therapeutic area and based on the available literature. Once you build up that the scientific justification, both statistically and on top of that the clinically, because first majority of the study designs or the assumptions we have to wait it clinical justification. So as long as that justification is there, I would see there's no issue in the design per se. But when you say that phase 3 waiver, but it's not for all molecules. There are some complex molecules. Maybe later Dr. Anup can add as a clinical perspective where that complexity comes, like exclusively that ADA issues. Such cases we may have to go through still phase 3, because all these assumptions, once we put it in on the the paper, then we need to vet it with that different regulators. As you said, couple of countries they may not be accepting, but as a precautionary measure, when we do the PK study, along with the PK will be the primary, but the efficacy can be secondary. And anyway, that when you talk about that indications, always that extrapolation justification should be there for one to another indication. So as long as you keep that PK primary wherever it is necessary and possibility is there, you can secondary endpoints, you can collect efficacy, that will address all your physician questions as well.
In fact, this is also an ironic in terms of extrapolation.
Yeah.
How do you extrapolate data which is generated in a very rare indication to a more prevalent indication where the mechanism may be very different? Now, this waiver part becomes a very controversial thing, and still we will still have our jobs because we will still continue our phase 3 studies. And Dr. Anup, will you like to say something on the
Yeah,
I
thank you.
may add just one point, though I'm not the expert in this field at all. I just one point to add here for having the phase 3 still or getting an waiver, more than the country specific regulator or anything else, I feel it is more on the urgency of supply, like which indication it is for, and based on that the waiver is given, at least as of now, because it is not for all molecules or all biosimilars, so it is more on the urgency.
So, yeah, thank you for that point. I missed one point in that, is that while we design studies, the biggest challenge that we face is equivalence versus non-inferiority. Now, please highlight that, and that is like the most holy grail of all.
No. Not only you, many people will be interested in these margins and the equivalence. And see, if you see the guidance, any guidance, EMA or FDA or CDSCO guidance for biosimilars or bioequivalents, the preferred design is the equivalence, because we should prove that neither worse, neither better. So that is the first and foremost objective, that neither worse, neither best. Then that is the only design equivalence we need to go. But in my experience, I have seen couple of cases, non-inferior, like not in many cases, 1 or 2 cases, non-inferior designs also accepted with some clinical justification, where we see that I would like to prove that non-inferior would be sufficient based on some the complexity and the rare indication point of view. Then coming to that, equivalence, generally, if you ask me, any study, whether it is biosimilar or any clinical trial, the first objective is for anyone is cost and time. Cost and the time is that these two are the objective which are leading any of us here. So again, if you ask the clinical trial point of view, cost is based on the number of subjects, and the time is also the duration of the study. So how we can optimize through some statistical assumptions with clinical justification is the motto. When it comes to that margins, when you have the good relaxable margins that will impact on the sample size, then ultimately the cost will be come down. So if you see, once upon a time where I used to work on the 10-15 years back on these margins, we don't have much reference data or literature available to come up with a robust or the flexible margins. But now we have good enough reference literature is there in biosimilars point of view, and we can perform n number of meta-analysis. So meta-analysis, different strategies, if you come up, we have a good scope on the placing the different assumptions for the statistical. So that's where your equivalence and or non-inferior, because the same methodology to derive the margin for both the studies, both either equivalence or non-inferior. So that will good enough, I feel. Now we have I think in previous session we have good AI tools, machine language is there, meta-analysis, the methodology. Unless until you have the robust theoretical methodology, nothing will come out. But as long as that meta-analysis, if you come up with some statistical along with the clinical justification, I say no issues.
So the only reason we do non-inferiority to save on the RLD, the reference drug.
And the sample size also. Generally, equivalence will be high compared to NI.
Yes.
I'll add entrepreneurial aspect of it to have an analogy. For my molecule to be successful, I have to get 60%. मेरे physics में कितने आ रहे हैं, chemistry में कितने आ रहे हैं, I don't. Totally, I need to get 60%. If I am getting 35 physics, I am pass. So as a totality of evidence, if I am getting 60%, I am pass. But if as the wish list, if I am getting 90%, I should get waiver.
That's a very different, interesting point. Yes, sir.
So thank you. I will quickly cover 3 points. We have very less time. Points raised by Dr. Sina. First thing, phase 3 waiver, very interesting. Everybody is interested in phase 3 waiver because it's where the bulk of R&D cost goes. So we can save that. Why now? Why regulators are accepting the waivers? Because now we have confidence. Now, when the baby was smaller, we did a lot of care of that. But now it become adult, right? So that means the biosimilars or biologics has become crossed like a 20 years now. We have a lot of data from 60 plus innovators products, and then we have a lot of similars. That means we have the real world data, clinical data, everything. That gives the confidence to regulators to look at the data they collected, and they looked into these things and said, okay, we did not find any problem with the efficacy and safety with the reference products, even though the clinical studies are conducted. That means they are almost similar. When we can actually prove that PKPD or previous phase 3 data is enough. That means that gave the confidence, and that's why every regulator is coming up with these new guidelines, because of the confidence in terms of historical data and experience. Now coming to clinician experience and confidence. Now what gives the clinician confidence? If I have confidence on my regulator who approved the product, then I am confident, because they have done some scrutiny. A good scientific board should be there who has seen enough. If I can say that my regulators are at confidence with that level, means good regulatory review has been done on this product. As a clinician, I can see. And another thing will be required, of course, I want to see that is the real world data. That means few things cannot be collected, like immunogenicity. So if we can see the good immunogenicity data to be collected post approval as a pass or PMS, and we have the data that gives the confidence to the prescribers. So that means real world evidence or real world data has become more important nowadays, because we have historical data, and also we can have the future data. Means we can predict from AI models based on Bayesian statistics. I'm just covering that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last word from everybody. Now, first, just before, with the last word, please add on the government initiatives, the Biopharma Shakti, the BIRAC, the RDI funds, the PRIP, the LSSDC. Government is also providing a lot of support in terms of the, especially on biologics and biosimilars, and it's been announced in Parliament. So, if you could highlight, I think we can start with him.
Certainly, the government is trying to do and improve capacity. The way I see it today, they are still trying to, all the initiatives are around the capacity improvement. Capability to some extent we do have in the industry, but I think academic and industrial collaboration has not been spent in the last 10 years or so. This Bioshakti program
is 10,000 crore enough?
That's $1 million question, because what they're aiming is
it's not even $1 million.
Yeah. And then 10,000 crores, where it is going is another question, right? Someone like an entrepreneur sitting here versus a startup.
Have you got the 10,000 crore, Narsim?
So companies which are big pharma companies starting a biotech are also considered to be startup. So where the money goes, because is the money to create employment or increase the capacity or the innovation? I think this policy is mix of all those. So it's a starting point. It has to evolve a long way to go. Money is being pushed to create wave, or at least the discussion and the enthusiasm coming in the system. But I don't think it is sufficient enough, or it is not pumped in the right direction either. That's my sense. But for biologics per se, India is picking up. It's the momentum to be in, and we are catching up. Probably in the next 5 years or so, like in other cases, what we have seen in China or anywhere else, we will definitely catch up. Both from manufacturing and innovation is what my feeling is.
Kajal? Yeah, and Pramod, yes.
No, I would like to just correlate to the previous panel discussion startup, I think, where Dr. Shalu was cautioned and Dr. Anand and other panel members were asking. First, we need that the triangle connection, that whatever that initiative the government did, the industry and the academia. If we three, along with that, whatever that the new digital developments, AI, not only AI and ML, we have to put our minds as well together.
We also didn't touch upon digital twins.
Then digital that will go somewhere else, I feel. So if all these dots are connected, I feel India will be, we can see that the #1 in global position, I feel, in the pharma.
Amen to you.
Yeah, I would say looking at 2030, I would want India to be having that regulatory passport What I mean is, once a product is approved by India, it should be easily entered into 40 plus countries. So that's called the India should become the validation hub, is what I look at. And this recent 10,000 crore budget, like you rightly said, I think it's very recently announced. Even at that level, they are still figuring out whom to give, what to do with this budget. But the key initiatives, because I have been part of some of those, they're mainly on upskilling. If today morning anybody attended this session, we were talking a lot about how do you upskill. Training is one part, but skilling is another part. So a very good example was given in the morning. You can't learn swimming by reading or looking at YouTube videos or reading about what is swimming. You have to jump into the pool to learn swimming. That is what is upskilling. So I think the government is trying to figure out how do we spend this money to upskill the current talent. And as we know, for CEDESCO, at least they have given a budget to have 1,500 scientific officers who will be, trained to look at the dossiers, more the scrutiny around the dossiers. And that's why I linked it to that at least by 2030, our regulation will be so strong, so robust that India's approval will be considered as a regulatory passport to another 40, 50 countries. So I see it in that way.
You know, my experience with PRIP has and BIRAC has been very difficult.
Yeah.
You know.
So they're still figuring out is what I
Yeah.
see.
You know, with everything in place, still, we ask for 100 crores. They'll give you say 1/10 of that. So that's another part. And I think you're trying to say something on this. On the first, the last word before the other two.
No,
On
thank
the
you, Dr. Sinha. I think most of the things are covered on the biosafety,
Yeah.
This initiative. I think well covered. I don't have to say anything about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Narasimhaji, you should get at least 100 crores out of that tower.
Well, dil mange more, but वहाँ पे what we have been hearing,
But
it's not just 10,000.
They are bill mange more. They ask for too much bills, and then they approve nothing. So that's the problem.
More reviews. Of course, I mean, I think apart from this 10,000 crores, what we are talking about, there's 1 lakh crore of RDI fund, which is there. If what I wish ki we, if the other sectors are not utilizing, I think biotech should get more funds, because getting not only the funds reach the needy, the right entrepreneurs, but also sufficiently is very important, because so far we have been giving very very minuscule. वो thirst खत्म नहीं होता उस, एक बूंद दे रहे हो प्यासा है तो क्या चलेगा? I mean, I think the sufficiently funding is very very critical. Otherwise, you are killing the organization by giving this thing. You are delaying the killing, and you are making them spend more. So I think that is very good. I think funds are there now. The entrepreneurs are hopeful. The government is also proactive. Things look good, but only thing is they have to get translated into reality. We are hoping. I hope your wishes will come true.
Right.
Thank you.
So the time's up, and then but one question, two questions we can take quickly. Dr. Shalu, please.
Pass on the mic.
Thanks again for giving this opportunity. Since long time I'm holding this question. So last year, this Indian regulation came for the review, and I was a part of that review. I attended the meeting with BIRAC also. So a couple of questions on clinical side. The guidance was saying that crossover is the preferred choice of study for phase 1, which I opposed and gave some certain reasons. And phase 4 still not clear. Like, today we are getting conditional approval based on phase 4. You have to do in 200 patients. So what exactly they are doing? Is there any updated information post that? And like, if we do crossover, then what we'll do with immunogenicity data? So as Pramod, I think ex-DRL people, they know that we did some certain crossover studies. And I think for 1 year or 1.5 years when the study was going on, we couldn't sleep properly. A lot of other problems with the data will come when we do crossover design with a biosimilar. especially immunogenicity, how to handle. So any updated information or opinion on it, like how we'll handle phase 3 waiver with crossover preferred design and then this immunogenicity scenario.
So, yeah, sir.
In the same run, I will ask one question,
Yes,
which is coming in my mind when you are discussing this thing.
That is a Viva question, sir.
No. we have to be competitive to be present in the global market. And we are in biosimilars, or from generics we have started where we have been the innovator or early starter in the world. But at the same point, when we are talking about biosimilars, how competitive are we? And to be competitive, primarily quality and your data presentation is very, very important, along with the cost efficiency. How we are doing in that front, and when, like Kajal said, 2030 we need a global passport for approval. Can we have a global approval for getting our drugs available globally?
So I can answer the second, your question, not hers. The question to you is that competitiveness, we have now excellent quality. When we are doing that at bare minimum cost. Now, classic example has been the drug called rituximab, which has been the Dr. Reddy's first one to get into this, and they had the maximum data. It has now become, my boss says, it's become like water. The cost has come down so much that it is even lesser than a generic drug. So we need more people, more companies to come up so that we are so much cost competitive that no one can beat us. Regulations will strengthen us, quality will strengthen us, and if we have more competition, cost will come down. The part about, I don't know whether I've answered some bit of it, but part about is that the crossover part, if you look at the interchangeability guideline, which is now again getting waived off, but it used to be, it is the biggest problem in US, but there it is expected that it will be a crossover study. There, India, the crossover thing has come from the generic mindset that everything is crossover, and you rightly have mentioned that it should not be there. I think there are consultations still going on with the 2025 guidelines, and there are more people who should put in that voice that crossover studies in biosimilars is just a no right now, or at any point of time, unless you can prove that there is immunogenicity so less than that you cannot completely wash out anti-drug antibodies. That is very clear. But drugs like the ones, pembrolizumab, etc., their immunogenicity is so low, they are used as a single entity. Most of these biotech, these monoclonal antibodies, if you see, they're used with adjuvant treatment. So you have chemotherapy, you have methotrexate, but pembrolizumab is the first drug which works as a single agent. And with very, very, very low immunogenicity, going in less than 0.1, 0.5%. So maybe that has pronounced, I don't know, maybe Kajal can say if that is the case.
No, I think, as you said, Pembro is one of those examples of delivery. I think strong science is fundamentally is very, very important. If you talk about immunogenicity, not just the immunogenicity, if you're monoclonal antibody, you're binding ADC, ADCC, FCR and gamma, how it is triggering that. I know all these, several things come into the place. That's why we call it as totality of evidence. I think we should be backing the science, and we should talk science in approving these drugs. I think fundamentally that has to come into the picture and forefront, what I believe. I think we are getting there.
I'll have to close the session now. Dr. Ravi Gupta has come here, and he's anxious that this is going further. Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity and this panel. For me, it was a learning again once more, and great opportunity to interact with old colleagues with such diverse experience. I look up to all of them with a lot of respect and learning all the time. Whenever I talk to them, they have been my teachers. And the senior most of them is sitting on the other side. Anyway,
Thanks to Elets, thanks to all the people who have worked from Elets, Elma, Kashish, and then I missed some people, Ashavari, and then all of them who have been fighting for last 1 year to get this successful. It's a great event that has happened, and it should be continued the same way for the next two days. Thank you very much for your apt attention. I believe this was the last panel, and yet you are all sitting there. That's a great. Thank you to the receptive audience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists for this session and our expert moderator. Again, a heartiest thank you to Dr. Shubhadeep Desina, who is here with us in spite of, recently having his leg hurt. Very grateful for you, sir, for your expertise, for sharing your time with us, and also for the expertly led moderation. With that, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief eHealth magazine, to kindly come up on stage for the token of gratitude. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Gaurav Thite, KAM for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, for Datweiler Pharma Packaging India Private Limited. If you two can be in the center, please, for presenting the token of gratitude to our expert speakers, starting from Dr. Anup Chaudhary, Medical Director, Global Clinical Development from Novartis. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today, for sharing your immense insights and thoughts. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Clonova Bio Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence today and your insights into this topic. Thank you so much. Nupur Sen Gupta, Senior General Manager for Biological E Limited. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence and your insights into this topic. Mr. Pramod Reddy, Head of Biostats and Data Management at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Kajal Ambani, Independent Consultant for Regulatory Affairs, Clinical Operations and Clinical Quality. Dr. Gopal Krishna Lekki Reddy, who is the Senior Vice President and Head for Biologics MSN Labs. And our expert moderator for the day, Dr. Shubhadeep Desina, who is the Senior Vice President and Head of Clinical Development and Medical Affairs for Hetero Group of Companies. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and for joining us today and for moderating this very expert panel discussion on the topic Biosimilars and Biologics, India's Global Opportunity. Thank you so much. Can we have a group panel picture with the mementos, please? panel for day 1, but the insights haven't stopped yet. We will be continuing for day 2 and 3 as well. Same expo, same place, same summit, but different topics, different leaders, and different opportunities for you to network, collaborate, and learn. Please join us back for tomorrow again. Requesting everybody outside to please visit the expo at hall number 1 and 3. This is hall 3. We have the Elets Technomedia booth as well, where you can go and also explore our different initiatives in various industries, healthcare, pharma, and more, and also different expos that we are conducting. We are also having the same expo again next year in 2027 as well as in different cities. So for any queries or interest, please connect with Elets Technomedia at their expo, at the booth. We also have different companies outside in hall number 1 and 3. Please feel free to go and network with them. If you have any questions regarding anything, please feel free to contact us. With that, we will see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for registrations and 10 a.m. for the summit with different insights, different leaders, and all amazing topics all around pharma and life sciences. With that, signing off now. Thank you. You can find us on India Pharma Expo at all different social medias on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Feel free to tag us in your post, in your any queries, comments. Please feel free to carry your friends, your colleagues, your partners to this expo for tomorrow and day after as well. Thank you.